Good evening, good evening, good evening. How is everyone? I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Welcome, it's Monday night. I'm running a little late as usual. Oh boy.
Where are you? Oh, there, Tim Tams.
All you care about is the Tim Tams.
I'm only here for the Tim Tams, by the way. And I'm also here for the stream.
This is my daughter Charlotte. My name is Viv. You're watching Crouch After Dark. Thank you for joining me here on YouTube.
No, you're watching Charlotte is the best.
Get out of here. Yep. All right. All she's here for is Tim Tams.
Oh, and the stream.
Oh, quick, grab it. She's out.
Bye.
That's all she cares about is the Tim Tams. I hope everyone is keeping well. Welcome. I had a wonderful weekend. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend too. I've made a few changes to the stream tonight. So we'll see what happens on YouTube. Hearn is here in the chat. How are you? Good, thanks, Crouch. Lots of people have their money reset in a bug. I freaked out and spent all mine so I didn't lose it. Lies. She comes for the stream. She was fast. She wanted that Tim Tam and she's out. Let's get a little bit of music going here. A little bit of chill instrumentals for tonight's stream. The plan tonight basically is to do a little bit of Quantanium mining, and by the sounds of it, I might not have any money. And as always, I'm running a little late, so while we're having a bit of a chat here and just getting things underway, I might quickly log into the game in the background. So there's a reset money bug. I haven't seen anything about that, but I haven't had a chance to catch up on the Star Citizen news today. I was at work and just getting on with things, so might be okay. It's not everyone. So we'll see what happens once we jump in. Now, like I said, I have made some changes to my OBS setup. I'm streaming to YouTube at 1440p. I have absolutely no idea what it looks like, or the quality of what it might be. Let's just quickly have a look while we're waiting for Star Citizen to load. Load us in. We'll have a quick look here. Yours was okay, so I bought a Redeemer. Let's have a quick look in here. I just want to load this up. We'll pause this real quick. Okay, so it still looks like a 16:9 screen, but hopefully it's a little bit sharper. Very sharp detail. Okay, well, I'd be interested to see how that goes. Let's just go back there. As we get into the stream and actually into the game, apparently streaming to YouTube at 1440p or tricking it into thinking you're streaming at 1440p results in YouTube assigning and using a different encoder when it's actually broadcasting your video, and tricking it using OBS into thinking you're sending a 1440p stream apparently gives it some, the gold standard for live encoding or whatever. So maybe it'll be a little bit clearer. I wasn't sure if it would actually appear 1440, which kind of doesn't make sense because I'm not filming in 1440, but or recording in 1440. So we'll see how we go. Alrighty. Where's my mouse gone? Too many screens, too many places for the mouse to be. There it is. Let's click into ye old Citizen. And let's just jump straight into it. Tonight we're going to be doing a little bit of Quantanium mining. Refreshing my coffers, as I was saying earlier on. Let's jump into some gameplay. Why do we not? There we go. So my death counter over that side, it's up to 15. It's steadily climbing here in 317.2. Yeah, he's got a nice cup of coffee. Oh, yeah. Whilst the game loads, let's get our Tim Tam Slam out of the way. All right, so I should be in my Prospector, floating out in space. If you're joining me for the first time, or you're watching on Rewind, actually, we've only got a handful of people watching now. Huh. Well, Tim Tam Slams, get them away. Tim Tams, Great Australian Biscuit. Bite off the opposite edges. Get crumbs everywhere. Use it like a straw from the opposite ends and suck it up.
How did that work?
Well, it's like a straw. Oh, it's melting everywhere.
Yeah, see? It melts.
Mmm.
It melts so easy.
You could use hot chocolate too, Bonnie.
I want to try it.
Maybe we'll... No, you got to go to bed soon, darling. It's after 9. Get away from my Tim Tams. Get away from the Tim Tams.
You can have the rest.
I can have the rest. Thank you for the permission. Oh, boy. Rightio. Whereabouts are we? Why do we not have... Let's jump up. Let's jump over. What happened to our sound?
I want to try it.
This happened last time we were streaming. Let me change the sound to monitor and output. Do I hear it? Can you guys hear music? Why do I not hear music when I'm in the game now? It's so weird. Do we have... We have no ship sound. She's like a Tim Tam shark. She's in there. She's straight up. Yeah, all right. Okay, so... Bear with me for just a second. You can hear music in the background, but no in-game sound. Okay. I can't hear anything now. This is what we had last week on Saturday, and we ended up no hat. And everything was working just before the stream. And everything was working just before it. Bear with me. I'm going back to the starting soon screen. Now I get no music there either. Or no sound. There's no sound in game. Okay, let's Welcome to Crouch After Dark. It wouldn't be a stream here at Crouch After Dark without some sort of technical difficulties. I stream 3 days a week here on YouTube, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And I don't think we've had a stream where there hasn't been some sort of issue. So bear with me because it's going to be incredibly difficult to play this game without sound. And we kind of need to have that in the background. Let me just minimize everything. Hopefully, now I can't see anything. Hopefully we don't. Let's turn those up. Let's get, where's the rest of my things gone? Let me just check the headphones are still connected. And Nightbot doesn't seem to be on it either. I saw Stream Elements come up earlier on. Whilst I'm trying to figure this out, thank you so much to everyone who joined me on Saturday for the Thunderbolt premiere, the trial of the Thunderbolt activity. I've been tweaking my logistics a little bit just to make sure that everything is set and ready to go. I bought a couple of extra Pisces. We might go through some of that as we get into things, if we get into things and things are actually working properly. Settings. The X5 is connected for voice and music. Let's have a quick look here in OBS under audio. monitoring device, we will go with this headphones X5. It's let's just disable Windows. Oh. Strange, because on the starting soon screen we had music and now we don't. Yeah, Nightbot and Stream Elements should just join automatically. I think we're just going to have to... oh, this is going to be troublesome now, actually. Let's change this to default. Let's go back to... bye, Fedora. Okay, let's get that up. Okay, so here we go. We've got that in there. Can you hear those guns firing? And now it's all working good? Currently have music in the background. What are you doing, OBS? Star Citizen. There's a Nightbot has joined us. Zero in-game sound. Wonderful. Let's just, I think because I've messed with the audio sources. We're 100% professional here 100% of the time. Which means that every time we have technical issues here, it's perfectly on track. Yeah, I'm not seeing Atreyu. Atreyu? I might need to, oh man. We might need to restart OBS. I think I have naffed with the sound settings. I'm just going to quickly log out. We're probably going to lose the stream for half a second while let's just go back in here. We're probably going to lose the stream. I think I need to restart OBS. Because OBS is not actually, let's just try restarting the game first. Let's quit out of here. Yeah, I noticed that you couldn't hear Atreyu either. Alright, we're probably the stream's probably gonna drop out for half a second while I quickly restart it. So let me just jump out. Hopefully we can restart it and come straight back in. I will be back in just a minute. Hopefully everything works out. This is why Starstreams talks about the two PC streaming setup, and all the big streamers will stream on two PCs. That if something does go wrong with your game computer, your streaming computer that's, streaming is still running. I'll be back in just a second. Hopefully this all works out fine. YouTube normally gives you about a minute. God, those Tim Tams, they're going to disappear before I know what's going on. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. So we are back on. Let's jump in now. I'm going to fire up the game. I said last week I'm going to have to get some different earphones if I want to wear hats, those X5s. There's something is going on with the configuration of my setup here. I don't know why the audio dropped out partway through, but there's obviously something going on. So we'll see how we go. We'll fire back up this game. So we will be doing some Quantanium mining today. Probably jump in and out of Lyria. Maybe over to Daymar. When I was hanging out with Space Tomatoes group over at the Garden Interstellar Initiative, his org, we were doing some rock mining on Saturday night, my Saturday night, or Sunday morning, very early Sunday morning, after my stream on Saturday, after the Thunderball. We jumped into some rock mining, God, 4 a.m. my time or something like that. I can't remember what it was, 2 a.m. my time, something ridiculous. And I was scouting in the Prospector for the rock miners over on Daymar, and I found some amazing Quantanium rocks over on Daymar. I found a 4-ton quant rock that was, you know, almost 41%. That would have been a unicorn. So we're just firing up the game here. We're going to jump in and see how we go. So, mildly frustrating that we have to spend the first 20 minutes of the stream troubleshooting some issues. Wow, didn't even know you could find quant there. Well, look, everything seems to be different. You know, traditionally Magda hasn't been very good for Hadonite, but we've been finding, you know, eight node clusters there. All right, let's jump back into the game and see how we go. Okay, so it looks like now we have some game audio. Let's get up and go fire some guns. Just want to move a little closer in, scoot myself in. I think the music might also be a little loud. Let's just turn that down a smidgen. We kind of just want it back here. Let me know. All right, there we go. All right, yep, game sound is 100% back. Hearn, what is the music levels like? I don't normally fiddle with the music levels, but we have just now done a little bit of fiddling. Let me know if the music levels are okay. Got some instrumentals in the background today while we go Quantanium mining. So we want to jump over onto the dark side, onto the light side. There's the sun over there. Let's head over to buckets. I've never really paid its lower background. I would say perfect. Okay, perfect. I've never really paid much attention or done a lot of exploration or you know, experimentation about, you know, where's good on Lyria, which is obviously where we are right now. You know, the best spots for Quantanium mining. But having watched a fair few Mongrel Squad videos now on YouTube. If you don't know, Mongrel Squad are an infamous pirate group who actually do proper piracy with what you can do in the game at the moment. Their videos are amazing. I'd highly recommend checking out their channel, Mongrel Squad. You could just do a search on YouTube. The effort that those guys go into with, you know, tracking their targets and deciding when to pounce on them and is intense. And, you know, they have people sometimes watching for 40 minutes up to an hour, people, you know, mining on different moons and stuff. And obviously the Quantanium miners are a little bit different because, you know, we've got very unstable cargo. So, you know, we don't make fantastic targets. But, you know, they know all the tricks. You know, people who go to OM1 and fly straight down to the planet. Well, they just follow them and sit there in space, you know, with ships with good scanners and stuff. So, I like to go all around the place, mostly because I don't know where the good spots are for Quantanium, and it's got nothing to do with Mongrel Squad or other pirates in general. I just don't know the best places to go. Shh, don't tell anyone. So we're gonna duck down here. We're gonna see what we can scoop up here today. Let's increase our speed a little bit. And hopefully we can find a few things. I think we'll probably duck over to Daymar at some stage. What? YouTube is
Certainly,
not...
Commander.
Stop. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Why? What is going on? This is what happens. I shouldn't have naffed with OBS. I should have just left it. The stream got janky for about 20 seconds. Well, that's, you know, that's not ideal. Thank you for the people who have dropped a like so far. I know it's going to be a bit troublesome if we're going to be having these sorts of issues. Bear with me, I'll be back in just 1 second. There's multiple TVs on with nobody watching them. Just give me half a second. All right, we're just going to have to see how things go. There's, you know, YouTube tells me it is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. And that's it. That may be because of the napping about that I've done with the stream setup. It seems okay now, says Jan the Barb. Thanks for joining us here in the chat. I hope you are keeping well. Let's go to 179 degrees. Now, obviously, you know, we've got the scanner. We can ping down to 2 degrees and stuff. And I do a little bit of that. These are gems over here. So when I was Prospector, when I was scouting for the guys over at the garden on early Sunday morning, let's get a mining head out. I was scooting around in the Prospector. We were over on Daymar looking for Hadonite, and it was great fun. You know, mining for these guys or breaking up these rocks. Whilst we had 3 rocks, and I was scouting ahead for them, and it was great fun just, you know, breaking down these rocks so that the rocks could come in and, you know, bust and, you know, just, you know, gobble them up. Okay. Why is the mining head not working? There's no mine Lancer MH1 mining laser. Why is there no modules on this Prospector? Still got me monies. The laser is not working. Let's put it away. Let's get it back out. Okay, there we go. Extraction mode. Mining mode. Okay. But yeah, breaking up these little, you know, the rock minables was great fun. And you can just, you know, you've got to be super sensitive. Even on 0% power, a Prospector just demolishes these rocks. I've got my Prospector hooked up to my sticks, so I can, you know, you can just double tap the trigger and put just enough power into the rocks. Oh, there we go. We've overcharged it. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. So it's nice to know, though, that we can break rocks with the Prospector if we're scouting ahead for rock miners. So typically we'll go up, we'll do a 179 degree scan, we'll pop the the scanner down to 2 degrees, and then we'll have a look and see what's out there. There we go. That's 2 rocks. Let's just go straight and check those out. Are we speed limited? We are not. So normally, if I only ping at 179 degrees. Oh, go away, YouTube. Please just cooperate with me. I normally scan at 179 degrees, so I'm just scanning anything that's in front of me. And then in a Prospector here, if you zoom down to 2 degrees, normally you control your scanning degrees using the comma and the full stop key. Are you kidding me? This is how we do it. Watch this. There's 5 Quantanium rocks here, and they'll all be rubbish. So you control the scanning degrees using, by default, the comma and the full stop on your keyboard. I normally always scan at 179 degrees. I'll scan, then I'll drop down to 2 degrees and pick out each of the individual prospects and see what's there. Normally, if you see 2 little diamonds like we did just then pop up, normally 98% of the time that means that you've found some Quantanium, because Quantanium generally, when that happens, is spawning in at least a 2-node cluster. In this case, we've come across 5 rocks. Hopefully there's something here that we can go away with. Having said that, sometimes I do just like to fly around and check out all the rocks, because it is not uncommon for Quantanium to spawn independently, individually. So that's nothing, right? And I know that that rock is nothing. I don't even need to wait for the rest of the information to display. Oh, here we go. What's this about? Get out of here, dude. I'm already on this rock. So this one's too big, 7632, but it is an amazing rock at 42%. I just can't break it alone. This rock is nothing. You can see the green charge window is very, very fat, which means it's got a very low percentage of Quantanium in it. I don't even need to worry about checking it. This one is also rubbish. Okay, this is 3.5. It's got a small charge window. It's got 23% Quantanium in it. Given that we can't crack that other one by ourselves, we might as well have a look. Who's this dude? Ah, stuff him. If he kills us, he kills us. If he pirates us, even better. I think I have. Yeah, I set up the slider on my little joystick thing here to control the power. That ship is worrying me. Who knows? Who cares, right? We get killed, we respawn, and then, we come back. Let them do whatever they want. It doesn't really bother me. What are they going to do, right? We get killed and we come back. Not a big problem. So I have noticed that it's a little bit more difficult to control the power with the slider on my joysticks, as opposed to the mouse. I think the mouse has a little bit more control. But I've got a weird issue with my mouse right now, that whenever I use my mouse, it does weird things to the ship. So, I can't really touch the mouse. I'd rather use the scroll wheel on the mouse to control the laser power. But I just can't at the moment. So it's disappointing that, I need to go off and get some Surge and some Stampede modules. I've never done the whole Surge, Stampede sort of, situation that most people do. When they're mining here, by themselves in a Prospector. You can see on the left-hand side of my screen, just sort of here where the mining modules are. I don't have any modules installed here, which just seems a little bit strange to me. So I've never played around with the Surge, Stampede. The Surge instantly fills up some of the charge bar and allows you to get into that optimal charge range, this green area here, quite quickly, and you know, allows you to break those bigger rocks, like that one that we saw before, that 7.2 ton rock with, you know, 42% Quantanium or whatever it was in it. So this is 100% Quantanium here. We'll break that one down. All I'm looking for here, you know, is this instability. If this is close to 10, then if it's 9.99, then it's generally 100% Quantanium or 99.9% Quantanium and 0% inert material. Or an instability of 10. Instability of 10 instantly means that it's... Pity you can't control the laser with voice attack. Oh, you could, but it's way... It's not fine enough. It's not fine enough. You need way better control. So this is what I look for first, is when I'm breaking down, you know, the second break is, you know, is this a small charge window and does this say 10? And if it does, I can move straight on to the next one. If it doesn't, I'll wait for the details to load. So what have we got here? Got a rock that seems to be in the ground. So you can see that some of these are yellow. They have a yellow border. This is 100% inert material. And some of them have this purple border. The purple border means that those rocks are instantly available to be gobbled up. We can extract those straight away. But we want to break down everything that we can break down. I see that guy's pissed off. You know, who knows what he wanted. If he really wanted to harass me, he could have... you know, as you know, I very rarely like to have the global chat open. You know, it's just unless you just want to chill out and have a bit of entertainment and laugh at people. I never have the global chat open. So I never respond to anyone in global chat. Very, very rarely. If you want to contact me in the game, hail me like you would if we were actually there. You know, if we were there in space, how would you contact me? You see it on every single TV show. Hail on all frequencies, Captain. Hailing on all frequencies, Captain. He could have hailed me and we could have had a chat and we could have had a good experience. But if he just wanted to hide behind the keyboard in global chat, he can blow me out of the sky and I'll come back with absolutely zero worries. So there's no Quantanium in this one. Sometimes you'll get a rock like this that's, you know, partly buried in the ground. What's in it? It's got nothing in it. You can instantly tell by the size of the charge window. So in this little mountain of stuff here, it doesn't look... Oh, there's another little rock in there that we've missed. When they're all clustered up like this, it's a bit annoying. Okay, so... There's a yellow rock with nothing in it. Quartz and borace, inert materials. This has got nothing in it. This has got nothing in it. Normally when you scan over one of these rocks and you've got the detail about them, it should remember it, so you can just come back to them and it should instantly tell you what's in it. Out of this little pile here, the one sitting on top is the one that we want. Is the only one in that rock pile that's got something in it. This is 100% Quantanium, so let's break this one down. And up on the top left over here, we're getting real tutorial-y here, aren't we? Up on the top left here is the optimal range. You can see right now I'm in the laser's optimal range, which means I'm inputting as much power into this rock as possible. Whereas if I come back a little bit, that will change to sufficient, which means I'm still putting power into the laser, but not optimal. And if I, you know, scoot all the way back, you can see we've got now we've got insufficient power. So we could mine from here, but this laser head needs us to be close. 30 meters is the optimal window for this laser head. It is the only laser head that you can get. So on this second break, we need to be real careful with our power. You can see I'm only going just fractions of, you know, 2%, 3%, 5%, because you can overcharge these rocks when they're this small really, really quickly. And given that this is 100% Quantanium, I don't want to explode this rock, because if we explode this rock, A, we could potentially blow up the ship, and B, we'll lose the Quantanium. this is 100% at a 380 mass rock, which is a good amount of Quantanium. I don't know the percentages. I'm still trying to become a better miner. I think I need to spend a little bit of time doing the math and figuring it all out so that I can become a good miner. You know, we spoke about this recently when I was talking about, you know, navigation and all that sort of stuff. What makes a good navigator? I wonder if we can... No, let's just keep the laser on and control the laser head. I was wondering if we could pulse the laser at like 20% power and just keep pulsing into it. But I think we'll just keep the laser on it and just control it. Yeah, as I was saying a couple of weeks ago or last time, I've mentioned a few times, what makes a good navigator, what makes a good medic, you know, outside of just, you know, being able to use the star map, you know, being able to actually navigate, go to this OM, point in this direction, head to this point, turn into this heading, that sort of stuff. And I know Space Shorts, who does a lot of Quantanium mining here on YouTube, you know, he's a quant miner. He knows all the percentages. They've put together their own little app that they use that you can get in the app stores and stuff. And so he'll know exactly how many SCU of Quantanium this little rock has. 380 mass at 100% quant. How much mass does 380 equal in SCUs? I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. It's these sliders that if I try and use the mouse, I've got to be careful that I don't move the mouse around. But you get much finer control, at least in my experience with the mouse. You can scroll up and down and much faster and much easier. And you can keep it in this charge window way easier than I can with the slider on my light sticks. There we go. I switched to the mouse and, you know, we've constantly been in the area. So that's all. We can gobble all of that up. Now we just need to break this down. We're not going to have to worry too much about, you know, gobbling up inert material and stuff because there's not enough Quantanium here to fill us up anyway. Maybe that guy in the Vanguard was scouting for somebody else. Not sure. It's so much easier with the mouse. I just can't move it. If we move the mouse, the ship's going to fly all over the place. When we're this low to the ground, that's not a fun experience. Okay, YouTube is telling me finally that the stream health is excellent. So hopefully it's coming across okay. Like I did mention at the very beginning of the stream, I have made a few changes and tricked YouTube into thinking I'm streaming at 1440p because then it uses a different encoder, a higher quality encoder than it does if you're just streaming at 1080p. Okay, so this rock has nothing in it. There's no point us gobbling that up, which means that this rock here might have some Quantanium in it. It's very, very close, 9.97, 75% Quantanium. This is 100%. Let's switch to extraction mode. Let's gobble this up. Normally I'd go for all the 100% rocks first, because you don't want to have left a rock that's 100% unmined. But in this case, I know that the amount of Quantanium that we've got here on the ground isn't going to fill me up anyway, so I'm going to grab this rock while we're here. And we'll grab this one over here. When we're extracting, we've got a much longer optimal range. We don't need to be so close to the rocks, which allows us a little bit of freedom in terms of moving around. As you can see on the right hand side of the screen here, what we're collecting, 11 SCU of Quantanium. We're probably going to end up with somewhere around the 16 SCU, I reckon. It's 153, yeah, somewhere around there, maybe a little less. There we go. 16.5 SCU. not a fantastic break. So we're on Lyria and we're heading back to Arkel 1. And I will set the course in just a second. Arkel 1 is always up on the left-hand side of the sun up here, so we will navigate our way there. We'll put our laser head away, and then we'll open up our star map. I would recommend setting your course before you're doing this, just so that it's prepared. There's Arkel 1 on the left-hand side of the sun, like I said. I'm a good navigator. Randir is here in the chat. That was a nice break. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. You know, hopefully we'll come back and we'll find, you know, a better chunk. That was quite a small rock. It was only a 3-ton mass. So right now we've got a counter of 13.5 minutes. Normally I'm out of there at around the 11 to 12 minute mark. We'd spend a few more minutes there gobbling up Quantanium, but there really wasn't a lot there, so we're heading off early. That wasn't too bad. I wish we could have broken that 7.2 ton rock. That would have been amazing. When we get to Arkel 1, I'm going to find out what's going on with the modules. I don't know why we don't have any modules on this ship. It's very strange. Normally I only ever use passive modules. I don't use any active modules. Hey, Bonnie Bear. Wait. It's almost time for bed, sweetheart, alright? In fact, it's way past your bedtime. Oh, boy. You can't go back to school. Huh? You do have a bedtime, excuse me. She can't go back to school until Thursday because Kimmo and Charlotte had positive COVID tests last week, so there's you know, a minimum amount of time. They're both perfectly fine. We'll get more tests tomorrow to find out what's going on, but she can't go back to school until Thursday. So, you know, every night is a holiday, is a you know, I'll go to bed whenever I want night, right? No, you got 5 more minutes, all right? 5 more minutes. So with the changes to the star map, we'll drop out at 33,000 in the gas cloud at Arkel 1. And then we need to make our second jump off to the station. And mine was the same with the COVID. It was party time, yeah. Well, they were both unwell, but, you know, both Kim and Charlotte, but they're both perfectly fine now. All right, let's go drop this off. I do look up the numbers about how much Quantanium is worth every now and then, but I always forget it. So we'll find out when we get into the refinery what our yield will be, how many units of Quantanium we will end up with. And then if you're able to do the math, or you use an online calculator like UEX Corp or is it Gonog or something like that, you'll be able to get the details of how much that's going to be worth. But normally I just go mining, I dump it all in the refinery, then I'll come back in my Constellation or my Andromeda a couple of days later, you know, put whatever's been refined in there and fly down and go, what have I got? What have I got? I like that surprise. If I'm keeping a track of what I'm doing beforehand, then it kind of, you know,
please proceed to assign,
you know, it's not as enjoyable as the surprise that you get when you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, I've got this ship full of Quantanium, how much is it worth? Right, so we're putting me on the other side of the station here, I don't know why. But that's alright, we got time. We've got landing gear down. Lovely. We're set down. Doors are closing. Great. Ship's been recognized. Let's go. I had a great experience rock mining with Maverick in his mole over on the Discord. Not last week, maybe the week before. I have a mole, but it's quite difficult to use single-handedly. Whereas if we had the mole just then, we could have smashed that rock up beautifully. I just don't really know how the mole scanning and stuff works, because it seems to be different than the Prospector. And maybe at some stage tonight, we'll get that out and have a bit of a look. I'm also quite keen to go over to Daymar. We're going to store the ship, Miss Prospector. Let's store this. We'll chuck this into the refinery. I'm keen to go over to Daymar and have a look and see what's there. Maybe we'll do that as well. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit. Let me know if it gets a little bit too loud. I think it should be okay. But this sort of instrumental music, this is all from Academic Sound. It feels so nice, especially when you're rock mining or Quantanium mining like this, or just going for a scenic flight in cinematic mode. There's some tracks in this playlist that just scream, Star Wars and stuff to me. Alright, begin. We'll select our ship.
See anything you like?
Set up a work order. So here's all the details. So in the manifest, 1,703 units of material. Here's the breakdown of quartz, borates, Quantanium, and some inert material. I'm only going to refine the Quantanium. The refinery will take everything else and do whatever they want with it. So we'll select our Quantanium. Might have made the music a little bit too loud for me. We'll see. Let me know if the music's too loud now. Then we've got different refining methods. And each method, if we select the Cormac method and we get a quote, it'll tell us what our yield will be, and how long it's going to take, and how much it's going to cost. So right now I'm going to lose about 600 units of Quantanium. It's going to take 27 minutes and it's going to cost me 6.6 grand. This one I'm only going to lose around 100 units. It's going to take a little bit longer, but it's going to cost me a lot more, almost 20 grand. Etc, etc. You can go through each one of these and find out which one suits your scenario better. Given I'm never in a hurry, I always use the Dinic solventation refining method. So this is going to take 22 hours. It's going to cost me 3,300. And again, I'm going to lose around 100 units or so in the refining process, and I'll end up with 1,569 units of Quantanium. So we'll confirm that, and then they'll begin that refinery process. Now we are free to go mining more. There we go.
Contosa, please report to management as soon as possible.
I must fix my hotkeys. Every time I use one of these buttons, my dude crouches down because I use the control key as part of the hotkey. And Star Citizen, seems to, understand hotkeys slightly weirdly. Or maybe I just don't understand hotkeys, correctly. In my brain, shift and, backspace create a separate key called shift backspace, right? They're pressed at the same time. Whereas, the Star Citizen here recognizes the control press first and ducks me down. And then it presses the next key, which activates the hotkey. And we need food. How do we just drop down to 56% so quickly? got me cool armor on too, which really is not 100% necessary, but there we go. I think I found this blue undersuit in a bunker in a loot box, and it works quite well with this armor I've got on. Let's have a look what sustenance we've got here. We don't have anything here. I haven't spent a lot of time here at Arc L1, so I've got nothing here. No weapons, no suits, no armor. I think we'll run quickly up to the Galleria and grab some food to take with us. The key mapping has issues. Nowhere are they detailed as to what they do exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating. I think the food court's up this way, right? And to the left, and to the left, and to the right. Yes. Okay, bear with me for just 1 second. We're going to head up to the food court, and then I need to get this monkey over here into bed. Because unless I drag her there, she's just sit there and play computers all day. Like I do. I'll be back in half a second. Wow, that what's going on over there? That music on the Be Back Soon screen is pretty intense when you've been listening to the instrumental music for a bit. All right, the Munchkin is in bed, so I'm sure we'll see her in 15 minutes. Let's take our helmet off so we can eat this thing. If you haven't bound your toggle helmet key to a hotkey yet, I'd highly recommend doing that. I've bound mine to the V key. She's hopped up on Tim Tams. There will be no sleep. This bottle of water's lasting forever. Incredible. That was a huge bottle of water. Okay. Don't know why I can't dump that on the ground. Let's grab one of these to take with us. Jason the Bruce is here. Viv, hello, good sir. How are you, Jason? I hope you are well. Once again, thank you so much for joining me at the Thunderbolt on the weekend. It was great fun. I've had a couple of people tell me that they wanted to join in, but they weren't sure on the protocol. So as I've said, if you see me in right now, I'm not there in the streaming channel on Discord. Let me throw up a link there. It's in the chat below, in the description below. If you see me in the streaming channel there, then feel free to duck into the waiting room. If you do hear me talking about having people on, or if you want to come and join me, and you see me in the streaming channel, feel free to duck into the waiting room, and I will bring you on when I'm able to. Otherwise, if I'm organizing an event, it is open to absolutely everyone. Just jump on the Discord and get involved and say, hey, can I get involved? What's the deal? As I move forward with my event planning and running more events, because honestly, the game's getting... I've played over 1,000 hours now, and the game is getting a little bit the samey. This wipe, and now that I'm grinding towards objectives, different ships and stuff for different purposes, which we can discuss later on. I've got some goal, some reason to keep playing. Otherwise, it's getting very, very samey. And given that we're still quite some distance away from 3.18 and a whole bunch of new content, one of the best ways to enjoy the game is to do more activities and more events with people, and creating our own fun inside the game where we're able to.
Vehicle retrieval system.
And one of those is the Thunderbolt. So anyone is very welcome to get involved in the Thunderbolt. Jump onto the Discord, go have a look through the Thunderbolt or the event section there. You'll find information about the Thunderbolt, and just keep an eye out for the next event. And anyone is welcome to come along and join. Prospector. Let's retrieve this.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
No complaints. Oh, it was fun. Next time I'll try and stream at the same time. You'd be very welcome. Just make sure that you just check with everyone. Like I did at the beginning, and I made it very clear during the event details that I was going to be streaming. And if you didn't want to be streamed, then it's probably best not to be involved in the event. So just make sure that you check with the others. Or whoever's going to be involved in the event, that they're okay for you to stream, and if they're not, then perhaps maybe, might be best to skip that one. At the end of the day, I'm here to make content for YouTube. I'm here to enjoy my experience with other people, as other people also are. Look at this ship bouncing around. And we don't want anyone feeling uncomfortable. I will have plenty of events that will run offline, so to speak, that won't be streamed. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for people to get involved in playing together. Obviously, it's way easier if we can communicate via Discord. Like I said, I don't have global chat open most of the time. Am I stuck in this bloody room? Ah, come on. Stupid door. Open the door! Let me out of the cupboard! Am I going to have to get out of the ship? Why can't I interact with this door? Stupid. Exit ship. What? Exit ship. 30k? This is when I open global chat, just to see if anyone says 30k, question mark. And if you see 3 or 4 people say 30k, question mark, normally it's a 30k. Okay. Am I stuck in the entry of my ship? I'm glad we just had something to eat and drink. 30k, I'm guessing. Nah, no 30k yet. Open the ladder. Oh god! Oh no! Oh god, I thought I was going to get squish crushed into ship. And now it should open the door in front of me and I can walk in. Okay? Thank you. I've always always wondered about that mechanism in the door. Is that gonna like squish crush you? I think we might go hit up Lyria one more time and see what's going on down there, see what we can find. Oh, hang on a second. We didn't check for modules. Ah, stuff it. Let's just go down there. I can't buy the surge modules here anyway. I think we need to go to Port Olisar, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. Is immune to being crushed? Yeah, I've wondered about that before and wondered if I, is that door going to squish crush me? But obviously it doesn't. Clear navigation?
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
Set a course for Lyria. Set a course for Lyria. No, that's Ariel, you silly twit. Maybe I haven't set it up for Lyria yet. So we'll go to Lyria and then we'll find somewhere to go to. Again, I try not to drop down onto the same patch too often. I have noticed that Wheelers is a reasonably good place.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Activate the quantum drive.
Certainly, Commander.
But, I guess it
QD
varies.
activated.
I'm sure there's hotspots and, not hotspots, but at the end of the day, it's not really as much about finding as much Quantanium as I can as it is more about, just enjoying the experience. Engage.
Engaging quantum drive. Hold fast, sir.
It's gone AFK for a bit. He'll still be here, lurking on the stream. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to all those that have joined me here for our Monday night stream here at Crouch After Dark. I hope you've all had a wonderful weekend and you're looking forward to your week. Mine is going to be a little bit, up and down a little bit, I suppose. I went to work today. I'm tested negative. I've done 4 tests now, 3 rats and 1 PCR, and they've all been negative. We'll do tests for Kim and Charlotte tomorrow to see where they are with their COVID. But I need to just be home for a little bit. Just to make sure that if they need anything, then I can duck out and grab it. So I went into the studio today. I did post up on my Knights of Dice Facebook page that I wouldn't be in for this week. But I ducked in today and took care of all the orders that came in over the weekend and to the latter half of last week. I'm relatively up to date. So we'll see. I might do a little bit more playing around with event planning. Yesterday, so those who watched the Thunderbolt stream or were involved in the Thunderbolt event over on Ariel, where Atreyu just tried to take us. He's been there so often, he's just like, fuck, we're just going there again, are we? He's not even listening anymore. Just by default goes to Ariel. Rats can continue to test positive for up to 30 days post-COVID. Yeah, we'll go and get PCR tests. I think it's a school requirement to get a negative PCR test. And they're pretty savage these days. I had to pick up Charlotte, maybe 2 weeks ago. She had a slight headache and told the teachers that she had a headache and wasn't feeling well. And so they sent her home. By the time I got there, it took me, half an hour or whatever by the time I packed up at work and left. She was feeling perfectly fine and she said, I don't want to go home, Dad. I just want to stay here. But the school wouldn't let her stay because she said she was feeling unwell. And so they were like, get her out of here. So I think we need to get a positive PCR test. I'm not 100% sure. Activate the quantum drive.
Acknowledged. I'm activating the quantum drive now, sir.
Let's go to... I don't know. Anywhere, really. It doesn't really matter. Let's go to this place here. Too high a risk for the school. Too many people at risk. Yeah, I understand it. I understand it. drop out right about here. Nope, apparently not dropping out right about here. That's okay, cool. We'll go all the way. So we're going all the way, like I'd planned, to our quantum destination. And then we'll just swing off, change course, and go mining. And we'll see what we can find out here. This looks like a good place to go. As good as any other, so we'll go there and see what we can find. Okay, we'll just check what's our laser on, what's our scanner on, 179. You can see it changing on the left-hand side of my HUD at 179, and we'll go ping. Right, we've got a couple of boxes off to the side of us, but if it's not in front of me, I really can't be bothered. Look out the front. Oh shit, back in the cockpit. Okay, I forgot that the Prospector doesn't really enjoy flying in cinematic mode. Gems. What is it? Dolovine? Yeah. If you just want to fill rock after rock after rock of Dolovine, it's not worth as much, but you find it constantly here on Aerial. I'd be interested in doing like a comparison, you know, hunting Hadonite versus, you know, just mining anything. Normally when I go rock mining, I just gobble up whatever I can find. It, you know, constantly keeps me busy. And, you know, yes, it's not worth as much, but at the end of the day, you know, it keeps me interested, it keeps me active. And like I said before, sometimes I will just fly around like this and just, you know, go from rock to rock and, you know, see what's there. Obsidian. Or if you really want to be efficient, then, you know, do your initial scan for your, and, you know, wait for your prospects to pop up, and then, you know, do your 2-degree scan to, you know, find out what's there before you go, you know, napping about. Sometimes it's just nice to fly around like this. And you will find every now and then, it's gems, a, you know, a Quantanium rock sitting all by itself, just chilling out, doing not much of anything. Let's get that in. I have noticed that I do need to have, that's gems for sure. But I should have the microphone a little bit closer, so we get that crisper, clearer, deeper sound. Alright, so I've exhausted. You can see now I'm pinging and I've got no more markers. So we will head off in a direction, and this time we'll ping and then lower our scan down. Going to try to hopefully come see you regarding those template ideas. Friday week might maybe be what? Regarding those template ideas. Friday week maybe. We'll chat about that offline. Punctuation, Mr. Jason the Bruce. There is no need to butcher the Queen's English, mate. So when I scan like this, I'm not going to go chase down anything that doesn't double ping. So right now you can see when I'm pinging these at 2 degrees, I'm only getting the single diamond pop up. So we'll ignore all of those and then we'll scoot on. We'll set back to 179 degrees. So I have my scanning set to the hat on my right stick. So when I'm in mining mode, butchering is fun though. Suddenly we get a few more things to explore. Gems. I don't know why these didn't pop up on our scan before. They could all just be gems and we're waiting for us to get closer. That's gems for sure. Why is the ship not going up? What are you? Tell me what you are. Granite. What did we scan at just then? 179. We'll just cruise around to some of these. Was going to ask if you want to go out and mine in the mole. Maybe I'll take the mole out a little bit later on. It's fairly difficult to use, you know, single-handedly. But, you know, I could have, in the mole, I could have busted up that 7.2 ton rock before with 41% quant in it, or whatever it was. But tonight's just super chill, you know, just float around, you know, scan things, spend a little bit of time. I'll head off to Daymar after this run here to see if, see what we can find there, because when I was there the other day, I kept on just finding Quantanium. It was crazy. And, you know, big single rocks, you know, rocks that I could break. Was kind of a little bit disappointing because I was scouting for the rock miners and I was like, oh man, I want to stop and mine that Quantanium. That's a great rock. That's gems. Aphrite. Let's go off over here. So yeah, today we'll just be chilling out in the Prospector, gliding around. That's gems we're passing over. What are you? Tell me what you are. Tell me what you are. And after a little while, when this starts getting frustrating, because trust me, it gets frustrating. I'll go back to, you know, the 2-degree ping. And, you know, instead of flying the 7 kilometers out that way, see, that's only a single rock. Won't worry about that. Let's go back to 179. We'll ping off this way. And we'll go back to 2 degrees. We'll check out what this is down here. Gems. And we'll check out what that is over there. Only one ping out there, so we'll head off out this way. We'll go back to 179. And rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Yeah, we've got a couple of options. We're going to fly over this one in front of us, so whilst we fly to the left, let's check this out over here. One rock. Fly backwards. We'll check out that rock. Or that prospect. It's giving me nothing. Let's turn back around to this rock we're passing over. What are you? Tell me what you are. Sometimes Quantanium does spawn independently by itself like this. Granite. So if I'm passing over a rock, or, you know, sometimes if I ping a rock and it's close, I'll go and check it out just to see what it is. I found some good Quantanium rocks like that. Obsidian. Malachi has joined us here in the chat. How are you, my friend? I hope you are well. I hope you had an amazing weekend. I had a great weekend. Wait, let's scan this back out again. 179. Let's get some 2-degree action happening. We'll scan out there. One pop. One pop. Ooh, 2 pops. When you get those 2 pops like that, it's always Quantanium. Who knows if they're going to be good rocks or bad rocks, but we'll check them out, right? And then the valley here. Okay, one's a very small rock, but the charge window looks good. It's got 28% Quantanium in it, which is a pretty good amount of Quantanium, but it's a tiny rock. Oh, look at this business! Look at this business! So this is what we want, right? We got 2 rocks right next to each other. They've both got high levels of Quantanium in them. Now, if we had the mole, we could gobble all of this up. But at this point, we're not going to be able to take all the Quantanium. But this is what we'd call a unicorn run. Why is the laser not working? The unicorn being 32 SCU of pure Quantanium. Let's go in. Nah, that's okay, Maverick. You know, you chill out, man. Like I said, today's just super chill. Let's get this power up. But I think we will need to organize like a group mining activity. Why can't I take all of it? Because there's going to be too much Quantanium here. There's going to be, you know, with this mass rock, this is a 5.4 ton rock. At 44%, I will leave Quantanium on the ground just from this rock here. Forget about that smaller 2 ton rock at 28% or whatever it is. I don't think we're going to even need to touch that. Malachi's going to be lurking. I'm glad you had a good weekend. Sad I couldn't take part in the Thunder Bowl, but I had a busy weekend out and about in the insane heat. I don't feel rested. But it was fun nonetheless. That'll lurk on your stream whilst I work. You're very welcome to lurk. Thank you so much. Welcome to all the lurkers. I know that there's certainly people out there that, you know, never pop into the chat, whether you're watching on your TV and chatting is difficult, or you're just busy doing things in the background, or you're watching at work. Thank you so much for joining me here at Crouch After Dark. It's Monday. We're into our Monday night stream. Super chill session here, just doing some Quantanium mining, listening to some, you know, fun, you know, relaxing instrumental music in the background. And just seeing what we can find out here. I wonder how fast you can come and steal it. So you can see how slowly we are charging this rock. Without any modules or any upgrades, this is kind of the maximum 5.5 ton. Maybe if we start wiggling the laser around, we can sometimes put more power into it. But, you know, 5.5 tons is kind of like the maximum. Okay, so you can see here, if I put the laser here, there's not a lot of sparking going on here, right? But if I move it just back up into the middle here, that's this rock's sweet spot. Every rock has a sweet spot. And when you start seeing a lot of that sparking going on, apparently, from what I've, you know, seen and understand, this is a point where the rock is absorbing the most amount of energy. I don't have a rock, so I can't anyway. Yeah, we'll definitely need to organize some mining events on the Discord. Okay, so we can see that's not taking any more power. All those sparks have disappeared now, and the power is actually going down. So we just need to move around a little bit. And we can see there goes our power. It's moving up. So we're going to have to continually move around just to keep pumping energy into this rock. But you can see how it's going up and down, up and down, up and down. We're right at the maximum of what we can break with the stock Prospector. No modules, nothing. Hopefully we can break this. You know, if we spend enough time here, we'll break it. We might need Maverick to come and save us. But you can see that power level on the right, the charge level's just, you know, it doesn't want to get there. It doesn't want to get there, which is where the various modules will come in handy. Like the surge, if we activated a surge right now, it would just instantly apply a whole bunch of charge into this rock and jump us up closer or into that optimal range super quick. But we'll get there. A little bit of patience, and, you know, just moving around on this rock, finding those spots where we can get the energy into it. Hopefully we can break it. I think the max I've broken is close to 5.6. So this, like I said, is at the very top end of what we can break with this Prospector. He says he'll be on Lyria anyway. Moving closer may help. No, not really. We're already in the optimal range. You know, theoretically, we shouldn't need to be any closer. We're already at that maximum range, but, you know, let's see. We'll get as close as we can. We're 5 meters away. Look at this. Maybe getting closer does help. Okay, we're going to move to a new spot. Nope. We're dropping power again. I think we might just sit here, just let this chill and see what it does. I can't believe there are 2 Tim Tams left in this packet. Charlotte didn't gobble them all up. She's left me 2. Thank you, sweetheart. But we might a little bit later on indulge ourselves with another Tim Tam Slam. And if you don't know what a Tim Tam Slam is, stick around for a bit. It's basically just coffee sucked through a Tim Tam. There's the last 2. Here we go. So we're just sitting on this one spot. We're slowly approaching that optimal range. We're getting there. We've still got sparks, so we're still putting energy into the rock, and that's obvious because we can see the charge level moving. So whilst this is charging up, might as well have a bit of a chat about the Thunderbolt. So after we had our test on Saturday, highlighted to me that, you know, my logistics need to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit better. I've changed the armor from heavy armor to light armor. Specifically because the heavy armor consumes so much space in the 2 SCU boxes that I can only fit 6 suits of armor, you know, chest, arms, legs, and helmet in one box. Whereas I can fit 11 suits of light armor. And at the end of the day, you know, we want the matches to be relatively quick, right? I think it's going to require a little bit of testing. I did have a look at the medium armor. The medium armor, I think I can fit 9 suits of armor in. And the reason I'm concerned about that... Okay, we're climbing. The reason I'm concerned about that is storage, right? So in a Pisces, you can fit two SCU boxes. 2 of the larger boxes in the Pisces. And the Pisces I can store at Bezdek. And then we can summon those on the vehicle landing pads. It's a size 1 ship, so we can summon those at the landing pad. The Ursa rover can fit 2 SCU box in it. Excuse me. Or 1 SCU boxes in it, and that can also be stored at the Bezdek outpost. And summoned when we need to. Now, I've done a little bit more testing and everything seems to be persistent. So the boxes are persistent. The things that you put inside the boxes remain there once you store it at the outpost. So it's just a matter of organizing storage there. So what I've done is I went off yesterday and bought 2 more Pisces in-game. So now I've got 3 Pisces. 1 I can keep in my carrack or use for just general floating around. 2 which will always be stationed at Bezdek and have 2 SCU boxes in it, and the Ursa rover will be there, which can either have a 5th 2 SCU box, but given I don't have a 5th one, I've only got 2 SCU boxes. I can fit the other 2, you following me? 1 SCU boxes inside the back of the Ursa rover. So that effectively gives me 5 SCU of storage, which is enough to have player boxes and support boxes. And then in theory, I need to do more testing, because that's 3 vehicles there now. Any single player can only summon 3 vehicles at a time. which means I can't bring the Carrack. So I need to do a little bit of testing, or we get someone else to supply the Carrack, and I just supply all the equipment. Or I do a little bit more testing. I have heard, here we go, we're getting into that optimal range. We're going to crack this rock and we're going to take this unicorn back to the refinery. We'll just let this settle. We'll let this settle. But I do need to do a little bit of testing because I have heard that it may be possible to spawn a Carrack, spawn a Pisces, it's my second ship, put it in the Carrack, spawn an Ursa rover, put it in the Carrack, go and store the Carrack and log off, and then log back on with the Carrack, which now has 2 ships inside of it, and then go and spawn 2 more vehicles. So the Carrack, if I can spawn that as 1 ship, has my Expedition Pisces in it, and the Ursa rover with some of the boxes. It's kind of disappointing that it's not, I can't keep it at the Bezdek, but you know, there's a little bit more to figure out. And then go down to Bezdek and spawn the 2 Pisces. I don't know. So the storage is sorted out at least. I just need to go and move things at this stage. Everything is still sitting in local storage at Bezdek. I just want to make it quick and easy. I could keep everything in Bezdek in the local storage, and then before the event go down there and put everything into boxes and throw those boxes into the Carrack. But that's, you know, I just want things to be easy. And that's, you know, an hour's worth of prep time. We're just concentrating on making sure we can keep this in that optimal range. Here's our brake. Get away from it. We were lucky. Alright, so what do we got? We've got a bunch of chunks here. What's in this one here? This looks like 100% to me. 99.99. So that's 100% Quantanium at 819 mass. That's a chunk of Quantanium right there. What's in this one? Nah, it's got nothing. You can immediately tell by the charge window. Let's go up the top up here. Okay, small narrow window, 10%. It's all Quantanium there. What's in the one underneath it? Nothing. Inert, 100% inert. What's this one? Oh, looking good. 75% quant. What's in this one here? Nothing. And this one just here. Nothing. Is there another one underneath it? No. Oh, that's rocks on the ground there. Okay, so that's nothing. That's nothing. That's Quantanium. This one underneath it is nothing. We got another one out here, and that's got 75%. Okay, so what have we got? Nothing. 100% at the top up here. 100% at the bottom here. Well, relatively 100%. You can see it says 99.99% and 0% inert. Alright, let's break this up. So into optimal range, fire our laser, and just little bits of power. Because we don't want to explode this rock by overcharging it. It is still a fairly big rock. So we need a fair bit of power on this one, but we certainly don't want to be blowing this up. Because there's a hell of a lot of Quantanium in this rock here. G'day Meta, how are you, mate? I'll read your comment in just a second. I hope you are keeping well. Hope you've had a wonderful Monday. What the hell happened today? I lost all my money. Many have the same story. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything. I haven't read any Star Citizen news today. I'm not sure, but it was mentioned at the beginning of the stream that there seems to be some bug that seems to have wiped people's money. So I'm sorry, I don't have any details about that at this point. I didn't see anything yesterday come across my radar. And today I've been at work, and I didn't check any Star Citizen news after I got home, so I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. I just know that it was mentioned earlier on that in the chat that some people seem to have lost all their money. My wallet seems to be fine. So I will see. I will catch up on the news after the stream and see what's going on. Hopefully they've got some sort of explanation for what's happened and some sort of response about what's going to happen. Obviously, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Outside of CIG screwing some things up, sometimes their communication is relatively good. They're generally fairly open with things that they're doing and what's happening. So there's bound to be some sort of response from CIG about this. But at this point matter, I don't know. Jason says, oh, his right mind's reset back to default again. The meta goes on to say, not only that, the advice to randomize the character won't work because the service can't be contacted to do it. Do you mean the advice to reset the character won't work? Because yes, character resets aren't working at the moment. They've disabled that functionality. Alright, so we've got a lot of Quantanium on the ground, but there's still a lot inside this rock. You can see, let's turn that off. You can see this is a 1.2 ton rock with 75% Quantanium in it. And the previous rock that we gobbled up was just over 2 tons with 29% Quantanium in it. So this is a good rock. We definitely don't want to let this go. No, the advice is to randomize the character. Maybe they meant reset, not sure. Maybe they mean like your character's features. What's it called when you do character creation and you choose your cheekbones and eye bones and hair color and all that sort of stuff? Sometimes that character customization can fix a bunch of issues, weirdly enough. But yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem, especially given all the issues we had with the wipe and the stipend, and then the $1 million, the 20k bug that people were having every time they'd log in, they'd have 20k again. So it's not a good time for CIG to be having more issues with the wallet. I haven't checked Spectrum, like I said today. I'm sure it's a shit fire over there at the moment. We could probably go have looking for some news. No, I'll do that after the stream. This is the last rock that we need to break down. Then we can start examining what we've got here on the ground and then take this unicorn back to the refinery. Before we do that and before we start gobbling things up, I am going to set my... What's happened? Lag. I thought we 30k'd for a second then. I don't mind 30k's, but, now that we have reasonable 30k protection, but it's not going to protect this Quantanium that's on the ground. And a Prospector, you don't really want to be... you don't want to have that cargo in there anyway during a 30k. Mostly because I think if you are the one that's 30k'd from the server and the server hasn't, 30k'd, if you're the one that's 30k'd, your timer is still running, right? With that Quantanium in the back of your Prospector. I am fairly certain. Alright. Let's open up our Skylink. Let's set our waypoint. That's all done. Let's switch to extraction mode. So this should all be 100% over here. The only thing that's not going to be 100% is the rock that we just broke. And we've got time to figure out what's there. Changing gender works sometimes. Yeah, like Randia says, you know, that's a common sort of thing. Change your gender. This should all be 100% over here. Just double check. We got time. There's no great rush. I'm just looking for the instability. If it says 10, I don't need to wait for anything else to load. If that instability says 10, we can go straight away. If it says 9.99 or 10, we can go. I went into the PTU and still have the same amount of AUEC that I had just before. Yeah, because the PTU hasn't been wiped. So whatever you had in the PTU before they pushed that live, you'll have there now. They're normally saying that patch notes when they do an update. I think we're at 3.17.2x. I don't know if they're going to go to 3.17.2AA after this, but we've run out of letters. Oh, well, we're almost running out of letters. X is not the last letter of the alphabet, Viv. What are we at? We're at 20... Does that say 25%? 24, almost at 25. So now we can start gobbling up some of this other stuff. So that's at 100% Quantanium, this one. So let's gobble this up. So out of this, we want to look for all the 100% rocks first. Just to make sure we can hit that. Unicorn. What are you? 100%! This will do it. Oh no, 1.25 will be slightly short. There'll be something else here. What are you? 89%. Where's the rest of our rocks here? Got nothing in it. That hasn't broken. Oh no. Are you kidding me? 10%, whatever this is. Don't think it's this rock here. It's underneath. It's underneath. Where is it? It's in there. Can we get to it from the other side here? It's underneath this rock. It's in there. We can't get to it. We can't get to it. That's... There it is. There it is. There it is. 32 SCU of Quantanium. And we're full. There's our unicorn. Let's go. Where's the sun? It's up here somewhere. Activate the quantum drive.
Stand by. Activating quantum drive.
Let's put some cruise on and let's get out of the atmosphere. Yes! That's what you want. Engage.
Engaging quantum drive. Hold fast, sir.
Yeah, so that's super bad. That's super bad that people are having issues with their wallet. Hey, Bale is here. Hey, mate, just logged on to... We were just talking about this. Find My Money in Star Citizen has gone. It doesn't even show a figure. What do I do? Please help. Hey, Bale, I'm not 100% sure. We were just talking about that just before you jumped into the chat. I haven't checked the news yesterday evening or today. So I'm not really sure what's going on. The first I heard about it was at the beginning of the stream when someone in the chat had mentioned, you know, there seems to be a bug where some people's wallets have been cleared. So yeah, you know, it's a serious, serious problem. It's the last thing CIG needs right now. You'd kind of expect them to be able to, A, figure out what's gone wrong, and B, I would be surprised if they're not able to recover. It depends on the severity of the issue and how widespread it is. My wallet seems to be fine. It doesn't seem to be affecting everybody from a database development perspective. It depends on how bad the situation is, but I'd be surprised if they weren't able to recover the wallets based on, you know, yesterday's information, or pre this bug. But yeah, after the stream, I'll be certain to check out, you know, the concierge section over on Spectrum. We'll jump into some of the chat groups and see what's going on there. You know, have a browse around through Spectrum. I haven't seen any notifications come through from CIG, but again, I haven't really had my eyes peeled yet. But yeah, it's a massive, massive problem. And given, like I said just before, all the issues we've had with the wallet so far in 3.17.2, it's a big problem. It's you know, it's an alpha is not a good enough excuse. Not a good enough excuse at all. It's a core fundamental of the program and should be working. All right, let's get this Quantanium in. How much time do we have left? We got plenty. 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes. We got heaps of time. Randir says his is fine. His alt is 0. Proper Elite has joined us in the chat. How are you? Some new names I haven't seen before. Welcome to Crouch After Dark. My name is Viv. Thank you for tuning in. And if you're new here, do consider the like button, maybe the subscribe button. You can always unsubscribe later on if you don't enjoy my content. But I do stream 3 days a week here on YouTube, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. So, and we try to touch on a little bit of Star Citizen news. I'm not a news channel, but I do follow what happens in the game. I'm reasonably invested in it financially and, you know, emotionally. I love playing this game. Why do they keep putting me at this hangar over here, please? Come on. Really, it's unnecessary. Give me, if I'm approaching the station from the other direction, give me a more appropriate hangar, please. So we do touch every now and then on news sort of stuff, but given I hadn't checked the news, we didn't jump into to any of that. Look at this, we're swinging wide on this one, aren't we? Deploy landing gear?
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
We are all over the place. Look at this, is what we call a spaghetti landing. This is when we crash into the station, right? With 32 SCU of Quantanium on board. And our unicorn dies. So be it. If it's destined, it's destined. But we'll get this in here, no problems. No problems. Let me just get this in the hangar bay, then we'll come back to the chat there in just a second. Whoa. Off we go. Alright, what's happening? Complete vehicle maintenance?
Acknowledged.
Complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Maintenance is complete, sir.
Alright, let's get out of here while that's happening. Most can't make money either. It won't pay even after doing jobs. There's our first warning. Hearn says his is still fine and chucked a shout for the Discord in there. Thank you, Hearn. Do jump onto the Discord. We've got a small little community there that's slowly growing. We had our first event last Saturday, the Thunder Bowl, which was some FPS deathmatch, you know, lightning round, sort of a couple of minutes of, you know, intense activity. And then we reset and win another round. That was great fun. So jump onto the Discord if you want to get involved in some more events and play with either me here on stream or with other members in the community. I know that there's some people who are always hanging out in the voice chats, so in the voice channels. Yeah, the issue about people that Proper Elite mentions about people not being able to make money is a massive issue. Because, you know, really that's all we have at the moment, really, in the game, is just grinding through, you know, AUEC. Outside of grinding through your, you know, your rep. But, you know,
Please visit us again.
that can't be the only goal for us while we're here. You know, we need to be able to earn that money so we can grind towards better ships, and so we can participate in some of those higher level bounties. Where are we going? The refinery. That's a big problem. Most can't make money either. It won't even pay after doing jobs. Just closed the game and launch it, changed server, and my alt is fine now. The stream is looking good in 1440. Meta says his money is back too. The video quality is nice, Viv. 12 likes? Giveaway time? Dude, how much money have I got? I've got 1.3 million. I don't even know how many people we've got watching. I've closed the YouTube screen. I wasn't planning on giveaways tonight. I don't think many streamers are doing giveaways at the moment because we're all still trying to recoup our fortunes. Prospector, set up work order, Linux solventation, refine the Quantanium. Look at this! That's a unicorn! So how much? We're going to lose 160 of it. It's going to cost 6.5, almost 6,400. It's not going to be almost 6.5. It is exactly 6,400, and it's going to take almost 2 days to refine this Quantanium. Let's put that in there. Now, a true miner would know exactly what this was worth. All I do know is that a full Andromeda is worth about 850 grand. And an Andromeda has 96 SCU. So 96, 9,600 units of Quantanium. And right now we've got about 4.5. No need for giveaways. Don't stress, I don't need. We will do some, you know, it's fun. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I've got over 1,000 hours now in this game. And as I mentioned earlier on, it's getting very, very samey. I can't wait for 3.18, and obviously we're all going to bust our nut when 4.0 comes out. But there's some super interesting things that have happened, things that are happening, critical core technology that we've got some of, planetary nav mesh here in 3.17.2, being a big one, PES coming in 3.18, or the first implementation of it, from what I understand. Let's take this Prospector. See, we didn't even need to touch that other rock that was on the ground. That was only a small rock, just over 2,000 tons. But still, it had 28% Quantanium in it. And if I came across that, I'd probably gobble it up. It'd give us about 12 SCU, and, you know, we could you know, bugger off with it. Maybe 11, 12, somewhere around there. But, you know, still, it's 12 SCU of Quantanium I didn't have before. But we didn't even need to touch it. If we were in the mole, we could have gobbled up everything. Hangar 3. I wonder what a full carrack would be worth for Quant. Let's get into the hangar. And we'll jump off real quick. And we'll do a little bit of checking. Why not? While we're here. So let's let me just have a look here. Let me get a couple of things prepped just off screen. Let's get up into this. Gaming, Star Citizen. I really must sort out my bookmarks. No, we want to go to uexcorp.space. Okay, let's drag this over here. Let's get this back up, and we'll jump off into here just for a second. Go in here. So this is uexcorp.space, right? And we can look here under refining, and we can put in here Quantanium. What were we going to get? 340, right? Location. Linux solventation is the one that I use. That rock by itself is worth 248 grand. And all up, we had, I think, let's just say 4.5, right? So right now we've collected 367,000 credits worth of Quantanium. And if we have a look here under trade, and we pick up a carrack. We want to, oh no, this is for buying and selling supplies. So if you want to fly around to different outposts and buy stuff, to sell, UEX will do that. If you want to do trading like that, I normally use UEX for, you know, refining and stuff like that. If you want to a different website for that sort of stuff, I'd suggest this one here, Galog.co trading. This will allow you to select, say you've got an Andromeda, right? And you want to spend, let's say you want to spend 100 grand. Is that 100 or a million? That's 100 grand. Where am I going from? Let's pick, what do they have here at Bezdek, for example? Bezdek seems to have a fairly major running port. And then we want to go to a TDD to sell our stuff. So we'll take this stuff over to Lawville, to the CBD, not the admin office, to the CBD. And we can calculate, it should tell us here what we can find at Bezdek and how much money we'll make when we sell it here at Lawville. So if I take my constellation and I spend 100 grand on Laranite, I'm going to make 20 grand profit on buying these here. Titanium and Laranite. If I go to, this is from, Bezdek to Lawville. If I get 36 SCU of Laranite, I'll make 13 grand. Or if you wanted to, you could buy some tungsten and make almost 5 grand. But this website here, galog.co/trading, I use for trade runs. And I use uexcorp.space for determining how much money I've got. This has a whole bunch of other, you know, interesting stuff in here. Harvestables. All of this stuff, you know, these Emoshi Plague and, you know, this Dignius Root, Heart of the Woods, this Patambu. These are all things that you find, the Golden Medmon. These are all things that you can find at the outpost, and you can collect those and you can sell them. It depends on how much of that you want to be messing around with. Ranted Dung is good. It's worth 44 credits at everywhere. Right now, the prices should be the same everywhere. Obviously, you can see there's some differences. But if you want to get into, you know, the trading aspect, then these websites here, uexcorp.space and galog.co, are really good resources for, you know, identifying trade routes. Say you're going from one point of Stanton to another and you know you're going to be making a bunch of stops. You can add all those stops in and it will tell you, you know, buy this from here, sell it here, buy whatever from there, sell it here. And, you know, you can map out your trade route. What's a full mole worth? I'm not sure. Jump onto this website here. UEX Corp. We'll head off to refining. And you can just put in here. You know, this is 4.5 SCU, 4.5. Sorry, 45 SCU of cargo. So I think the mole has a 96 SCU capacity, so, you know, 9,600, 783,000. So, you know, if you land on a good patch with a mole and you're able to fill it up, you know, that's 750,000 credits right there. All right, let's get back. I'm not even sure. A full Prospector is worth somewhere around 200k. Hey, Abel says his money is back. Meta says his is back too. Do a little dance. Well, I'm so glad it was temporary. Thought I lost all those hours mining Hadanite. Just started a week ago, but have been playing non-stop. It's like that, isn't it? A full Carrack would be $4 million for Quant. You'd want to be, you'd be sweating flying that ship around, wouldn't you? Well, like I said, you know, I would have been surprised if CIG... Oh, Jesus! What the hell? Sorry. I would have been surprised if CIG wasn't able to fix that. I'd jump into Spectrum, but Spectrum can sometimes be a bit of a mess. Sometimes they post things in general. Sometimes they post things in announcements. It's a little too complicated to try and find news live. I'm not like Space Tomato and just can go bang, 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 bang. That guy is incredible. I spend a lot of time these days in the garden. Obviously, if you've been following me for a while, you'll know exactly who Space Tomato is. Well, if you're following me, what the hell, man? If you've been following Star Citizen, who am I? I'm a nobody. I am very, very thankful to everyone who watches. You know, we cracked 100 subscribers. I unlocked my custom URL, and it's all thanks to you guys. I wouldn't be here doing this if you guys weren't there watching and interacting with me in chat. You know, I'd be sitting here in the dark, which honestly is a little bit preferable to 3 lights and some overhead stuff lighting up the green screen and my bald head sweating and stuff. Actually, that's got nothing to do with the lights. These lights are 6-watt lights, but it's after dark. I'm here in my dressing gown. Hi, if you've joined us, my name is Viv. Welcome to Crouch After Dark. I stream 3 days a week here on YouTube, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. I love Space Tomato's channel. I spend a lot of time in the garden. His organization, his org, let's clear this route. The Garden Interstellar Initiative. Where are we going? Where are we going? What mining upgrades have I got on my ship? That's a great reminder. Thank you so much. Right now, I don't have any. Let's get out of the ship and go sort this out. I don't know what happened to them. They've all suddenly disappeared. I normally use passive modules. And we'll go... Let me out of the ship, please. We'll go have a look. I use the Focus 2. I use a... I don't know. I can't remember. Let's go have a look. Thank you for the reminder. We were supposed to do this just before. It would have made busting that rock, that unicorn rock before a little bit easier instead of the 20 minutes that we spent sitting there trying to get through the first break. So we'll go back to the refinery and check it out. Oh, Nightbot, you are not listening to free DMCA and copyright strike-proof music from Stream Beats right now. We are listening to my instrumental playlist on...
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Epidemic sound. We're fully professional here at Crouch After Dark. I know exactly what I'm doing and what tools I use. And, so it would seem, what modules I have on my Prospector. But let's store that and go sort this out because it would be nice to have. So I normally use passive modules. Simply because I don't have to naff around with actives and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, honestly, at the end of the day, the active modules, you only ever see people running, you know, Surge and Stampede modules. And honestly, it's very, very boring. It does allow you to break the big rocks, obviously. But at the end of the day, if I'm coming home with any amount of Quantanium, I'm happy. If I've been able to fly over some beautiful vistas, listen to some fun music in the background or some, you know, some relaxing music in the background, no, I have a great time. You know, we came across a 7.2 ton rock before with 44% Quantanium in it, and we couldn't break it. If we had Surge, Stampede, Technique, it would have been fun. Okay, just before we do this, just before we buy more stuff, Jesus, we don't have a helmet on either. Put that back on. So the Arbor MH1 is the laser head that the Prospector comes stock with. So here's our Stampede module. These are probably Brandt's. Oh no, Feral modules. These reduce the resistance a little bit. They do increase the instability. I wouldn't worry about the heat generation or the signature size. Signature size is just going to make your ship more visible on scanners. So if you are concerned about pirates and all that sort of stuff, then you know, anything that increases your signature size is going to increase your visibility on scans. So using this is making you more visible to being scanned. It's increasing the stability slightly, but I wouldn't worry about that because the Lancet, the MH1 that we've got on here at the moment, that's accounting for a huge amount of instability, minus 75% or so. But that minus 20% resistance can help you break through some bigger rocks. But again, you know, these are sitting here in my inventory, right? I haven't even applied them. I've no idea where my other modules have gone. You know, all sorts of weird fun stuff is happening at the moment. Randy says I use a Lancet head the Vox 3, the Relga 3, and Surge modules. Usually import them from Tammany in Lawville. Jason had a crash mid-mission. Oh god, I was hanging out in the garden last night, moving my Carrack around. I had about $1 million worth of equipment in there. I had my Pisces, I had the Ursa rover, I had all the SCU boxes I'd created, and I was flying back to Area 18. For some reason, I can't remember why I had to bring the Carrack here. And the game crashed to desktop. And I was like, fuck, I've lost it all. I've lost it all. It wasn't a massive issue because I could probably recover in 40 minutes. But, you know, just run around, rebuy everything and spawn stuff. But I was like, fuck, no, man. That's $1 million worth of armor and equipment and guns and all that sort of stuff go on. And, anyway, so I use a very similar setup. Let's stick these into the station here. We want to grab... let's go into mining modules. Let's have a look what Randir is using. Mavericks just found a field! Are you in your mole, Maverick? Is it a good field? I hate it when you find a field of Quantanium and there's no rocks there that are worth mining. It is just so demoralizing. You know, I'm lucky I wear glasses because otherwise I'd be poking my eye out. So I normally use a Torrent 3. It gives me a little bit of extra power, 4% power, and plus 3 instability. I run a Vox 3. Actually, no, I don't run any Voxes. The optimal charge window I'm not too concerned about. Minus 4% is, you know, tiny. Minus 10% instability. You know, that... I've never found it hard to control the instability of Quantanium. So anything that gives me an you know, a better instability, in this case minus 10% instability, it's making the rock more stable. I just don't see any value in. Sorry, Randir, we're pulling apart your setup here, man. The Riga 3. Okay, I can only get a Riga 2. Optimal charge window plus 8%. Again, not something I'm too fussed about, but it's increasing the resistance of the rock. So it's increasing the resistance of the rock. Every one of these modules has a pro and con. It's increasing the resistance of the rock, but at the same time, it's also increasing the charge window. So we've got a little bit more room to play with our laser power. Again, I never really seem to have too much trouble playing with that. The two things that I'm really interested in are, you know, lowering the resistance of the rock so I can break bigger stuff and increasing the power of the laser. And so the modules that I normally run, let's go back up, is this Focus 2, minus 8% resistance. So it's making the rock easier for me to crack, and it's increasing its instability. But at the end of the day, like I said, I don't really have any issues with that. So we'll buy that module. Fingers crossed on loading back into the mission. Fingers crossed. Enough for more than one? Are you in your Prospector or are you in the mole? Yeah, I think you're in your Prospector, right? The Riga 3S and Surges are not in Arc L1. Okay, what was the Riga doing? It was increasing the charge window, but also increasing the resistance. And they're not at Arc L1. And the Surges aren't here. The Surges, like you said, I get from Tammany and Sons on Lawville. And then the Stampedes, I think we need to go over to her L5. Or is it somewhere? I'm not 100. Oh, Stampedes. Look at this. Maybe we should try this. Let's buy some Stampedes. Do I already have some? I probably do. Let's just buy some more. And maybe I'll give it a shot. And so we'll need to go buy our Surges from Tammany and Sons. 2 30%ers and 1 43%er. Do you lose the modules if you blow up or lose your ship? Not in my experience. That's no. When you claim a ship, it should come with all its attachments. That is not what the system will tell you. It will tell you that it's going to retrieve a stock ship for you. Excuse me while I clean my glasses after I, smudged my fingers all over them. The system will tell you it's retrieving a stock ship, but it should come with any passive modules. I've heard from people that you'll lose any active modules. So for example, the Stampede or the Brant or the Surge and stuff, those are active modules that you need to actively activate to use, whereas a passive module is just running there in the background. And you can see here, up here, it says it's got a 60-second duration and it's got 5 uses. So this is an active module here, active. Whereas something like a torrent is a passive module. It's just always active and always running. So the torrent, I will run this because it gives me 4% extra laser power, but it increases the instability of the rock by 3%. But as I said, I never really seem to worry about any of that stuff. It's not massively difficult to control.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome. Feel free to take
Hello?
a look around.
To control the laser. And then I normally run a focus module too. Minus 8% resistance, but again, it's increasing the instability. So these are the modules that I normally run. So we'll get out and have a quick look in my inventory for them. So the Focus 2 module, the Torrent 3 module. Oh, I bought 2 of the Focus 2 modules. Where's my other module? Oh, and I already had some Stampedes. Give me a second.
See anything you like?
Torrent 3, Focus 2. Oh, maybe I run a Vox. Maybe I do run the Vox.
Finding everything.
Oh yeah, I do. Minus 8% instability, just to counter all the other ones that I've dropped in there. Minus 10 instability. And it also decreases. So this is offsetting my other modules, basically. This XTLXR increases our extraction rate, but it decreases the laser power by 2%. We can now go mining in proper civilian clothes in a Prospector. Don't do it in a mole, you will suffocate. But in a Prospector, because we can land in the hangars, we can get dressed up now as proper miners and go out mining, and it looks amazing and it looks cool. Let's get back to our mining modules. So we took a Focus 2, bam, lower resistance, but a little bit more unstable. We took a Torrent 3, more laser power, and again, a little bit more unstable. A little bit more unstable. Some people do run the FLTRs, which, is slower extraction, but, you're picking up 20% less inert material. I would really only run these on a mole where you're generally, if you're industrial mining and you're not specifically looking just for Quantanium, you're out there to fill the ship full of ore, Bexelite or stuff like that. You want to be gobbling up as less, the smallest amount of inert material as you can. So maybe we could chuck an active module on here. Brant makes things more stable, minus 75% instability. Randy says the modules are lost, the head stays. Modules are considered consumables. So Randy, are you saying, because I've never noticed this, when I lose a ship, I always have my passive modules on it. But when I've lost a ship with active modules, I seem to lose those. But again, I couldn't be 100% sure. I don't remember what happened yesterday. We could go and crash this ship and do some experimentation. Maybe we'll try that. We'll go back to Lyria. We'll float around for a little bit. If we can't find any Quantanium, we'll crash the ship and see what happens to our modules. And then I can be 100% sure that I've done my due diligence before I start sprouting advice to other people. I've lost the passives, says Randir. Okay. Let's have a look. It's definitely on the cards now for experimentation. In the meantime, let's stick another Torrent 3 on there. It's going to give us an extra 4% power, and it's going to increase our instability a little bit more. Let's just do that. Bugger it. Insufficient space. Come on. Like, I'm going to try and store a ship module in my backpack. Come on, people. Let's go. Alright, so we need to put these on our ship now. Vehicle manager. Let's see how well this wants to cooperate today. Not much. I go mole. Okay, let's go have a look at the comlink and come back and then select the Prospector. Oh, Star Citizen, you wonderful, ridiculous beast. Let's move a couple of meters and try again.
Could we get a fire marshal down to decom?
Oh boy. Here we go. We're in. Can we switch to the Prospector? We can. Okay, so if we go to weapon, here we go. Let's put on so these are both active modules, the Stampede and the Foral. Let's put on a focus. So this order here, if you were running these active modules, and say for example in this slot here I ran the Stampede module and then I ran the Foral in this one, so this would be Alt 1 to activate this module, this would be Alt 2 to activate this module, etc, etc. So but in this it doesn't really matter where our passive modules are. We'll stick 2 focuses in and the Torrent 3. Why do we have an extra Torrent 3? Anyway, that doesn't matter. Focus 2, which is giving us a little bit of extra resistance. Minus 8% resistance. It's increasing the instability a little bit. We're running a second one of those. So again, we've got minus 16% resistance. And what? Hang on a second. I don't know what I'm talking about. Looking at the Focus 2 modules here. So the Torrent 3. Plus 4%, actually. Let's run another one of these. So now we've got a Focus 2, which is decreasing the rock's resistance but increasing its instability. We're running some Torrent 3s, which are increasing our laser power and increasing the rock's resistance. So we've got a total of extra 8% of laser power and minus 8% resistance. But as you saw, you might not have seen before, but when we were mining that rock, it was 4,500 tons and we had no modules at all. And we were able to break that and run away with the unicorn. Obviously that depends on the rock, right? Have you mined Quantanium with 2 people to crack the big boys yet? Yeah, Gresham is here in the chat. He was just mentioning up before, he's sitting on a field at the moment. We want to go back to hangars and habs. And so we were running around in his mole the other day. Meta is back. Welcome back, Meta. We were running around in his mole the other day. We came across a field and we broke 3 of the 5 rocks in that field, then gobbled them all up, and it was great fun. Great fun. You know, he managed to pilot us there. I was already in one of the lasers. He jumped in another laser and we were just, you know, breaking and gobbling up. It was great. It's great fun. If you can get into a mole with some people, it's good fun. We'll probably do some of that at some stage. Maybe we'll have, a stream session of it. But jump into the Discord if you want to hang out with some of us and You'd be very, very welcome there, and thank you to the people who do pop past the Discord. Some people there every day. We're going to go back to our Prospector.
Welcome. Vehicle selected. Vehicle retrieval system.
So as I was saying earlier, you know, I've got over 1,000 hours now
Thank you.
in this game, which is ridiculous. And I'm at that point where, you know, it'd be fun to do a little bit more just, you know, napping about instead of just the constant grind. And by napping about, I mean getting involved with other players and, you know, running some fun, cool events, you know, both on my Discord and perhaps maybe over at the Garden. The Garden being Space Tomatoes org. The Garden Interstellar Initiative. Okay. I don't like the way that you're sitting like that. And are you going to flip over when I get close? Nope. Lovely. Thank you. So I think we'll go back to Lyria one more time. And then I think we might make a move over to Daymar. You know, like I said earlier on, I found some amazing rocks on Daymar when I was scouting for the rock miners on the weekend. Thanks, Meta, for chucking the Discord in. Thanks, Hen, for chucking the Discord in. Let's fire up some engines. Let's open up the hangar base.
You are clear to launch.
Let's set a course for Lyria. I really enjoy mining on Lyria rather than out in the belt. We did see at the beginning of the stream that the guy in the fighter that came in and was hovering over us and, you know, shooting in front of us, trying to get our attention. I just ignored him and eventually he went away. Maybe it was somebody here in the chat who was just wanted to say hello. I don't know. If it was you in the chat and I didn't open Global to say hello, I do apologize. But I don't normally look at Global unless I'm just looking for some comedy. Because generally that's all Global is full of. Alright, so we're coming out that hangar, which means Lyria should be somewhere over here, right?
Thank you. And please.
Why is it pointing me to the right, back to the station? That's... okay, it's not. I just don't know where I'm going. Activate the quantum drive. Atreyu,
I am listening, Commander. How can I
activate the
help?
quantum drive.
Certainly, Commander. QD activated.
Have I tried Magda or ITA for rocks? I haven't. Engage. Engage.
Hold fast, sir. Engaging quantum drive.
I haven't. Most of my time on Magda has been spent rock mining for Hadanite because it's been really good this patch. In fact, I've had better experience on Magda in terms of finding large clusters. It's a little bit less infrequent than Daymar. Daymar seems to be a bit more frequent, but when you do find Hadanite on Magda, it seems to be in much larger clusters. I should say the larger clusters of Hadanite, for me, in this patch, have been more frequent on Magda than they have been on Daymar. Daymar, I'll come across Hadanite more frequently, but it will be smaller, you know, 2 rock, 3 rock, you know, clusters. Whereas when you find Hadanite on Magda, you know, we've constantly been finding, you know, 5 rock, 6 rock, 8 rock clusters on Magda, more frequently than we find the smaller clusters. I think Meta is responding to one of Hearn's comments that Hearn retracted. I didn't get to see it. Meta says I got lost after active modules and wandered off. Yeah, but yeah, coming back to A-Bale's, you know, question: Have you mined Quantanium with 2 people to crack their big boys yet? Yeah, it's good fun. And I found a big rock and he helped me break it. He found a big rock, I helped him break it. And it was good fun. And then, you know, once we both got our Quantanium, you know, 1 load each on, I think we did 3 trips together. You know, we parted company and off we went. That was also a lot of fun. But I'd recommend multi-crew mining in a mole rather than two people floating around in two independent prospectors, because if one guy, you know, unless you're specifically looking for a field and a good field and passing over everything else, then typically you'll just get one guy who gobbles up, you know, the Quantanium, because there's only going to be enough for one person, and then, you know, he disappears. Activate the quantum drive.
Stand by. Activating quantum drive.
Where have we been? Let's go down here because it's the first one and looks good. Send us there?
Certainly, Commander.
Yes, always happy to join a mole gang, says Hearn. Yeah, I think we'll definitely get some of that happening on the Discord. We'll organize some group mining activities. Maybe we'll take Maverick's mole and we'll take my mole, and you know, we'll see what interests we can rustle up. In a mole, the pilot can't do anything except pilot and scan, and then you've obviously got the 3 laser heads on there, so we can have 4 people per mole. The pilot, who's just piloting and positioning the mole so that the people in the laser heads can do their job. Who's that down there? I'm heading towards the sun. He'll probably be heading towards the sun. We'll see what happens. What are we scanning at? 360. We don't want to be scanning at 360. Just scan what's in front of me. Alright. Let's see what we come across this time. I might just do like we did before, just a little bit of flying around. Let's get a mining head out so we can see what we're doing. You can see now our modules on the left here. They're all online and active. And what have we got here? Are you going to tell me what you've got in there? No? How close do you want me to get? Alright, I've had enough of you. What are you over here? Obsidian. So I think we'll just do a little bit of flying around and see what we can just find, and then maybe we'll do a little bit of active pinging and see what we can find. Ooh, what are those 2 rocks there? They're the 2 that we saw before. I don't really want to go into these mountains. Go check this thing over here. We'll find out what it is. Quantanium. Alright, what have you got for us? Tell me what is in the rock. Okay, nothing in that rock. We don't even need to wait for its composition because the charge window is too fat. Too fat. Let's go. No point wasting time there. If that charge window isn't narrow, we're not going to mill around. That's obsidian. Let's head off this way. We'll scoot over both these rocks right to left. What have you got for... Oh, it's more Quantanium. Let's go over onto this before that other guy comes and lands on it. So these 2, when you see these 2 diamonds together like this is always Quantanium. And you get 2 rocks spawning close to each other. Okay, so that's... Stop it, Viv! Okay, so that charge window is nice and small. It's got a low instability, so this is going to be maybe 12% Quantanium in here. That size rock at that instability. Maybe 16%. Somewhere around there. It's not going to be a good rock. 9%. I was double. What have you got for us? No, nothing. Nothing. Don't even need to wait for the composition. That charge window is just not narrow enough. So I do enjoy flying like this sometimes. You're pissed off you flew 400 meters away and the rocks despawned. They just spawned back. That'd be disappointing, wouldn't it? Because sometimes you overshoot as you're flying around. Obsidian. Alright, let's go check these and then we might start doing some proper scanning. And so by proper scanning, you know, I'm talking about dropping down to 2 degrees, you know, doing my overall ping to identify my prospects, and then lowering down to 2 degrees so I can get a little bit more of a... What the hell's going on? Give us a rock worth mining. Nope, you're a shit rock. What are you? You're also a rubbish rock. And that's only 2,000 tons, that rock. Alright. There's Quantanium around. Just not good Quantanium. Okay, so we've got quite a few markers going on here. And out this side. Let's go out here. What have you got for us? Granite. What is that already pinged out for us? It's a bit unusual. Unless we've already flown over it, which I don't think we have. Gneissious rock. Some obsidian. What's this out here? Maybe while we travel backwards to this one over here, we'll ping these ones at 2 degrees. Nothing in that one. Missed it. Oh, was that 2? No. Go back to 79 degrees. There was something out here. We're passing over something. I do check out these individual rocks. That's granite. Because sometimes you will find a Quantanium rock all by itself. Oh, just check YouTube. 13 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. It really does. It means so much when people are out there watching, when you click that like button. What's going on? Why are we flying so fast? Must have accidentally hit cruise control. It means so much. Not only does it make me feel good that people are out there liking my content, but it's important from YouTube's perspective in terms of whether they determine to recommend someone's content to other people. And so I assume that if you're interested in Star Citizen and you enjoy my content, then perhaps others might too. And the only way they're going to find out about me is if YouTube recommends the channel to them, and that only happens through engagement, through your likes, through your comments. I've mentioned a few times before, if you don't want to pop a comment in, chuck an emoji in the chat. YouTube still recognizes an emoji as interaction with the video, with the content. And it helps. It helps. It really does. Obsidian. We might turn around a little bit here and just narrow down to 2 degrees. And just... Okay, let's go back to 179. We'll ping out here and we'll go down to 2 degrees and we'll grab these ones here. 1 diamond. 1 diamond. So I'm looking for those 2 diamonds to pop up. 1 diamond. 2 diamonds. Let's go find out what's over here. If we see those 2 diamonds, it's always Quantanium. And we'll get that information at a 2 degree scan. Hadanite. Hadanite? Okay, they're rock minables. 0.85% mass. How many are there? Well, let's not lose that Quantanium that's over there. Just quit drifting. I can't even see anything down there. Zoom in. Zoom in. There's 2 rocks on the ground. Huh. Yeah. Zoom out. It was over here in the mountain range, right? I'm an idiot. We've lost that Quantanium now. I don't remember which direction it was. Because we were busy looking at some Hadonite. It should appear for us as 2 diamonds because we've already pinged it. It's not out that way. Was it in this mountain range out here somewhere? 179. What was that just popped up just then? That's obsidian out there. Oh god, Viv. No doubt there would have been some unicorns out there. That was silly. Going to look at the Hadonite. I totally got lost. Oh, we've lost it. We've lost it. Go left. That's going to be very difficult, but I... Oh, what's this? We went left. And there it is. Let's have a look. Why is the ship drifting around so much? Have we got... No, we're in coupled mode. Alright, 2.5 ton rock. I wish you would quit doing this. No, they're both rubbish rocks. We've been finding the quant, but it's not the quant we want. This is not the quant we want. Some apparite? No. Alright, let's ping some of these targets out here. I swear the ones that we pinged before were out in the mountains. Okay, it could have been these ones. Let's go back to 179. We'll check out what's out here. Alright, what have you got for us? Nothing. What have you got for us? Potentially something. It's 3.1 tons. Oh, it's 7.6. 20%. You know, honestly, if I wasn't streaming and talking to people and having a great time, I'd probably take this rock. It's small. It's only 3.1. And it's less than 20%. Let's just call it 20%. Let's leave it. We seem to be on a lot of Quantanium right now. Yes, it's all been rubbish, but I'm sure we'll find something. And at the end of the day, I'm here to enjoy the beautiful vistas, enjoy this lovely instrumentals in the background. And if we find, you know, some good Quantanium, we'll take it. That is not good Quantanium. That's gems for sure. Let's duck down. Let's go back. Let's scan out this way. More Hadonite. Random. Again, you know, the whole meta has changed, right? That's a field. Let's go have a look. You saw the 1 diamond ping and then 2 after it? I think this is a field. $40 SCU quant. Yeah, they're up here. That's a lovely haul. That's a lovely haul. Okay. It'll still show us 2 targets until we get closer. I don't think it's a field. Normally you can see the rocks. No, there's just the 2. That's cool. What have we got? We could be flying over the same old ground. Okay, 4.8, small charge window. Ooh, 30%. There's our rock. What have you got? 6, we can't break it, and it's a shit rock anyway. Let's take it. Just out of interest, what's out there? Nothing. And what was out here? Gems. Let's take this rock here. So is that 4 tons or 4.8? I wish they'd make this a little bit clearer. It's 4.8 at 28%. 4.8 at 28%. I don't think it's a unicorn, but it's certainly going to give us a reasonable haul. All right. Full power! We'll find that sweet spot. Oh, look at those sparks. There's a good spot for us to start on. I would grab them, bust the little one first, and hop and hope for a good break. I'm not too picky, and Lyria is a quick trip. Yeah, exactly. You know, this is why I enjoy mining here. A, because it's super close to Arkel 1. B, you've got some beautiful vistas, and you know, it's just a quick trip back and forward. Whilst that is happening, because we've got time, we don't need to worry about blowing this rock just yet. Let's set our course. We've got 2 hops. If you see 3 hops here, you haven't set your course properly. But I'm glad, Randy, that we didn't take that first rock, because this one is twice the size with way more Quantanium in it. And I have had trips where I've passed over a rock like the one that we first found just before. And then I haven't found anything for 25 minutes. And I'm like, fuck, I should have just taken that rock, man. I could have taken that rock up to the refinery and been back by now to keep looking. Oh shit, laser off. I wasn't paying attention. Let's get back up into that optimal zone before we lose it. Once we're in this optimal zone, it's relatively straightforward to keep it here, but if we drop out of it, sometimes the power can just drop right out of it, and then you're back to, you know, trying to climb into it. Okay, we got to drop all this power. The rock's overheating. Let's turn the laser off. Let's get a better view of what we're doing. You can see the instability of the optimal charge window changing as the laser head kicks in. He's trying to get back into this zone. Again, we've got an increased instability because of the extra modules that I've put on here. But if we can get it in there and then we can just finesse it, drop a little bit of power, not too much, let it climb a little bit, we'll drop the power out, it'll drop down pretty quickly now, we'll push that power back up, get that power all the way back up and keep it up in the top end of the optimal range, because if it drops out pretty quick. We'll bring our power down, we'll let that, there we got it now. This is break. Let's hope for a clean break. Alright, we're losing the light too, so... What have we got? 6 chunks? 3 on that side. Dude, what are you doing, Viv? Control the ship, man. You are piloting this ship. It is not piloting you. Yeah, we've got six chunks here. Alright, that's rubbish. This one in the middle. Got a good amount, 35% in it, but that's alright. Let's check out what's in here. That's rubbish. There's a couple of different rocks here. Lights? Lights? Okay, that doesn't help. What's in this? That's all Quantanium for sure. Nope. Oh, this is a messy break. That's rubbish. What's going on here? Okay, that's... Alright, let's hope that when we break this down we get some cleaner chunks. Have we got 6 chunks here or 7? Alright, let's just start breaking some stuff down and see what we get. This is a mess. Lights. A little bit of power on this rock. What is it? For almost 500 mass. So we're not going to need a huge amount of power to break this. Just want to keep it nicely controlled. Again, this is the biggest rock that I've seen so far. We don't want to lose the Quantanium in this by overheating it and exploding the rock. Potentially blowing us up and losing the Quantanium. I don't mind being blown up. At this point in the game, that's sort of relatively meaningless. Although it would give us a good chance to, you know, test out our module theory. It's way quicker just to kill the laser than scroll back. Bit of lag. That rock should be broken by now. We're lagging. There we go. Alright, so let's hope that's a clean break. No. Did that need to be broken for a third time? What the business town? It's rubbish anyway. It's got a tiny amount of Quantanium in it, but it's pointless. You know, 0.69%. That's rubbish. Alright, let's, this is rubbish. There's 3 rocks in this center pile here. There's this one just down in here, which we can kind of just see. Okay, let's, why are you moving around? Let's break this rock. Let's get a little bit closer so we're in optimal range. This is not a good break. This had the potential to be such a good rock. But it's going to be super, super messy. 317k. That's how you do it. That's a great find, Maverick. Well done, mate. I'm just concentrating real hard. I don't want this to drop out of the optimal range, and I don't want to overcharge this rock at all. There we go. There's our break there. Alright, we've pushed some rubbish out of the way. Can't wait for the tractor beams. Are we getting those in 318? I can't remember. We'll explore what we've got. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. There's a rock here that's partly in the ground. And of course this is going to be 100% quant in the ground, right? Close to it. Can we get a bead on it somewhere? Can we get a bead on it somewhere? Or is it entirely in the ground? It looks like it's entirely in the ground. It's disappointing. All right. We've got our course set. Guess we just need to start gobbling up what we can find, hey? And then if in the process of gobbling up some of these rocks we can expose that one under the ground, we will try and grab it. No, I can't see it. Is that it there? Ah, bugger it. Let's just start gobbling. What have we got? 28%. A rubbish rock. %. Grab this first. Normally I'd scan all the rocks first, but we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. What are you, little man? You are rubbish. What the hell? Where's all the Quantanium in this rock? It's 66. Let's grab this. It doesn't matter. We can just grab everything that's here. We're not gonna fill this ship anyway. It's had the potential to be such a good rock. That's all rubbish. That's rubbish. What have you got? Oh, let's just take it. But sometimes this is the way the cookie crumbles. We'll certainly be getting more out of this rock than we would have out of the other one anyway. That's all quartz. 5% Quantanium. Ooh, what was that? %. What are we at? We're just passing 10 SCU. I don't think we're going to get a great deal out of this rock, sadly. Like I said, it had the potential to be amazing. It's 100% quartz. Quartz. Tiny amount of quant. Let's take this, 28%. Rubbish. 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 We have an ad here. What the fuck, Viv? Oh, that's the one that's in the ground. Have we exposed it? Now that we've gobbled up all this other quant, it's 875. Damn it. We'll break this and see what we can gobble out. What are we at? We've got 23. We've got 9 SCU of space. We got 12 minutes. We got time. Plenty of time. But we couldn't see this rock before, right? Because the other rocks were sitting on top of it. We couldn't get access to it. Which is why the tractor beams I was mentioning just before would be so good. Because we could have a 315p here, or a Cuddy Black, or something with a tractor beam on it. To move the rubbish rocks out of the way. Or bring all the good Quantanium rocks to one location and just have a mole gobble up 96 SCU of... Oh, Jesus. This is why I don't like using the mouse. Or bring all the rocks to one location so that we can have a mole gobble up 96 SCU of Quantanium. Okay, that cost us precious time. That mouse wiggle. Get back in that range. Time's at 12 minutes. Plenty of time, plenty of time. We really need 6 minutes to get out of here and back to the station. And be borderline on time. By the time we naff around with landing and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully we can get a 100% break out of this somewhere and just fill up with the rest with Quantanium. That'll give us 21 SCU. Let's switch. Let's see what you've got for me right there in the middle. 100%. Let's grab you. 1.25. Let's get some lights on. It's difficult to see the lights on. What have you got for me? You're also 100%. Let's grab you. You are inert. Don't cover up that little rock that's in there, please. What have you got? 100% quartz. Alright, we're approaching our time limit here. What have you got? 100%. Let's grab you. Quartz. What have you got for us? This should be rubbish, this rock. It's got a little bit in it. Let's take that. And we're full. 21 SCU. Let's go. 21 SEUs not to be snorted at. Where is the sun over here? Activate the quantum drive.
Stand by. Activating quantum drive.
Let's go! Engage.
Yes, Commander. Quantum drive engaged.
It's around 176k. See, Maverick knows the calculations way better than I do. He told me what they were the other night, but I just, you know, my brain doesn't do math. We've got Tim Tams. I totally forgot about the Tim Tams. What's the time? How the hell are we at 3 hours? This is why I've played so much Star Citizen, because time just disappears. Well, I'm not going to say no to 176 grand. I think we'll drop this off, and then I do want to go have a look around on Daymar. Oh, that's a quantum trip. That means I can eat this Tim Tam. And then once we jump into quantum to Daymar, I can eat the other one as a Tim Tam Slam. G'day Trid, how are you? I hope you're keeping well. Welcome to tonight's stream. Chilling out, doing a little bit of Quantanium mining. Time flies when you're having fun. It does indeed, sir. It does indeed. I really want to do some of these medical beacons and stuff, but they're never close. Let's get ourselves parallel with the station, hey? Just so we don't need to nap about too much trying to park. Activate the mining head. Cruise control is on. Space break! Contact landing services. Are you going to put us over here again?
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
You're not, you sneak! You're gonna put us down in here, hey? How the hell do we get in there? Where the hell is that? Down in through here, hey? Deploy landing gear?
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
There's our first warning. Plenty of time. Conduct vehicle maintenance. Complete vehicle maintenance.
Complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Acknowledged. Maintenance is complete, sir.
Engines off. Engines off. Cutting that Tim Tam destruction, mate. You've got to be, you know, prepared, right? We've only got one more Tim Tam after this one. We've got to make it count. And I think the best way to do that is to slap some coffee through it. Alright, there's another 21 SCU. Better want some Tim Tams too. They're so good. It's like the last cigarette, do you give it to someone or not? I would always give the last Tim Tam to a guest.
Welcome
Always.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I don't smoke, but I'd also give my last cigarette to a guest. But that's that's just me. Store. Alright, so our Quantanium is safe. Let's go chuck it in the refinery.
Please visit us again.
So it wasn't as great as I was hoping it to be. You know, I was hoping, 25, 26, somewhere around there. But 21 is still a good horde to run away with. Pot of coffee. That's right, black coffee, percolated coffee is big in the US, isn't it? We've had 2 decent loads. The first load I think we dropped off was 12 SCU. It was a small rock. We can check when we get there. I think the first one was 12 SCU or somewhere around there. The second one was a unicorn. And then this third one here, around that 21.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome.
Black thick coffee that sticks as it goes down. Alright, so our first one was, 1400. That's what we're getting out of our yield. The second one was a unicorn. So 16, almost 1600 for the first one. Unicorn for the second one. It's obviously already refined some of it, so... and this is showing us our yield. Prospector, set up work order. Quantanium. So almost 21 SCU with a Dinix solventation. Get a quote. So we're going to get almost 20 SCU. Going to cost us 4.4 thousand. Going to take a little over a day. And we'll confirm that. Oh, I use a French press, not a percolating pot. I do like a good French press. Or a Turkish coffee. And a little bubbling machine. That's always nice. Let's grab some chocolate while we're here. Let's get rid of that helmet.
Hi, good to have you back. Finding everything all right?
We'll just top up our... Okay, that didn't seem to do anything at all. Interesting. Let's try again. Eat the chocolate bar. Okay, the chocolate bars are just disappearing. Turkish coffee and some Mexican chocolate. I don't think I've ever had any Mexican chocolate before. Alright, we'll see if we can eat something from the food court here. Oh. Straight past the hot dog place and over to the food of Stanton. The burrito bar. In fact, actually, I think I've got one in my backpack. Put a little bit of Abula hot chocolate in your coffee is awesome. Oh, good old mocha, hey? You call it a mocha in the States? We call a coffee with chocolate in it a mocha. Alright, let's rolly-olly. Abuelita? Am I saying that right? Abuelita? I'm not sure what that is. Is that the Mexican chocolate that Meta was talking about? If it's chocolate, you know, just feed it to me. I don't mind what it is or where it comes from. If it's chocolate, I'll have it. Thanks very much. Honestly, I have no idea what it would be called. Oh, karaokes. Let's go jump in our Prospector. We'll head over to Daymar. I'll pop the kettle on. By the time we get to Daymar, the
Welcome
kettle will be
to
ready.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Because I'm keen to check it out. Prospector.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to
Hangar
the
05.
following
I'm super glad that people's wallets have been sorted out. That would have been absolutely disastrous, and the last thing that Star Citizen needs right now is a continuation of wallet issues. There's so many new people playing the game at the moment, and you know, CIG does, you know, their marketing team does an amazing job of pulling people in. But if, you know, so many new people are going to continue to experience these problems, then you know, the hit and miss reputation that Star Citizen has is only going to grow. And which is unfortunate at this specific point in time when we're so close to some major core tech being implemented. And yes, that core tech is going to be full of bugs. But, you know, that's, you know, tier 0 of anything is always going to be, you know, wrought with problems. But it is the doorway to this game actually starting to realize. Let's get some engines on. Let's get the hangar bay open. Yeah, it's Mexican hot chocolate. Mocha here too, but pronounced with a long O. A mocha? Mocha. Mocha. It's a Mexican hot chocolate that has a cinnamon in it. Hot chocolate with cinnamon is so good. Retract the landing gear.
Retracting landing gear, sir. Please stand by.
Alright, let's get down here. Clear navigation. Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Alright, let's set a course. Atreyu doesn't know how to do this at the moment. I need to finish his navigation.
And please visit again.
No. Daymar. Set a route. Activate the quantum drive.
Stand by. Activating quantum drive.
Let's head out this way. It's so nice to see people flying around. It's amazing. Just that increase, a 50% increase of player count. Has it engage? Send us there.
Hold fast, sir. Engaging quantum
Just
drive.
increasing the server count from 50 to 100, you know, we're doubling the number of players, has resulted in a 5 times increase in the likelihood of running into players, especially around stations and all that sort of stuff. And obviously that's only going to get better and better and better, you know, the higher the pop count goes once we get, server meshing coming in. 3.18 should be giving us static server meshing, and then we'll get dynamic meshing with 4.0 sometime next year. So that's, you know, it's going to be super, super exciting. Super exciting. All right, while we're in Quantum, I don't think I'll send you back to the be back soon screen. I think we'll just jump out of the ship here. Let's throw it on a bit of an angle because, you know, it's nice. And I'm going to duck off and go make my coffee. It really changed how alive things felt. I don't feel like I'm in a station all alone now. No, exactly. Like just then, we left the refinery and we caught a lift with another random player in a medical gown, but you know, that's all you need for mining, right? Is a medical gown now. It's amazing. But yeah, it just makes it feel so much more, alive. And, you know, once we get the NPCs running around properly, well, not running around, but moving around, doing things, when we can communicate with the NPCs, it's gonna be amazing. All right, I'll be back in a second. I will duck that off, and I'll be back shortly. Before I go, let me put some music on, because I've just noticed it stopped playing. Why it does that, I have no idea. Actually, I've just noticed it only has 2 hours of music in this playlist. That's nowhere near long enough. Let's jump into this. We must have played through it. All right, I'm out. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. That's got to be the best timing in the world. Is it just you or is the sound gone? Ah, the sound might have gone. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, the music's gone again. Why? Atreyu?
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Yeah, we've lost, why have we lost audio again? You can hear me. Okay. We got the game sound. Atreyu? Atreyu?
Standing by to assist you,
We've got
Commander.
Atreyu. It's okay, you're back now. Can we hear the music still? I think, no, we can't hear the music. Don't know why. No music. Alright, let's take a couple of seconds to sort out our music and enjoy our Tim Tam Slam. Let's pull this out. We'll check our browser source. Oh, I see. Stupid OBS. I could just sing. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining us here in the chat at Crouch After Dark. I don't recognize your name. I'm Viv. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for tuning in. OBS likes to do weird things with browser audio sources. Activate the quantum drive.
Acknowledged. I am activating the quantum drive now, sir.
Yeah, so I have noticed that a trip between Crusader and ArcCorp is just the right amount of time for me to go boil my kettle and make a cup of tea or coffee. Engage.
Engaging quantum drive. Hold fast, sir.
Thank you for tuning in to my stream here. I stream 3 days a week here on YouTube, Mondays, Wednesdays and Saturdays. Mondays we stream at 9 p.m. and we normally go for around 4 hours. So we're approaching the tail end, but we'll see what happens. I'm at home for the rest of this week while my family waits for their negative COVID results to pop up. So I'll be here for a little while. Activate the quantum drive. Okay, I'll do it myself. Let's go. Yeah, this place sounds good to me. Well, OBS and even Windows mess with those down audio settings. It's so much fun. Well, right now my daughter's speakers aren't working on her computer. Like it will work in the headphone jacks if you plug it into the front of the computer, but it's not working on the back, but everything seems to be fine. All the drivers and everything are up to date. Fun stuff. But right now, I've got Epidemic Sound playing from the browser. Normally most of my music I download and it plays from my computer and OBS doesn't have any problems, but it seems to wig out whenever there's, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to understand. Deactivate the quantum drive.
Of course, Commander.
Mining head. Deploy the mining head.
Quantanium mining. Risky business, but lucrative. I've deployed the mining head, sir.
Thanks, Atreyu. Alright, okay, we're pinging at 360. Let's go back to 179. Yep, they just did an update that reset all my audio settings. That's annoying. Alright, so I think given we are here on Daymar, let's just get one thing sorted out first. Retract the mining head.
Very good, sir. I've instructed the ship's systems to retract the mining head.
Look out the front. Yes. So when the mining head is deployed, even still, we're still getting a little bit. Let's see if we can fix this. We go. No. It's just that the Prospector has that bloody mining head on the front of it. So even if we shoot all the way through it and out the front, I can't go any further forward. Let's maybe if we go up a little bit and we'll save that as F4 and 1. What, are you giving voice commands? How? I use voice attack. The Prospector doesn't behave nicely. Left wing. Yeah, it doesn't behave nicely with the Prospector simply because of the size of the ship, but get back in the cockpit. Back in the cockpit. Alright. So I'm using voice attack, which is a voice macro system. Deploying the mining head.
Of course, Commander. The mining head has been deployed.
Port site. Alright, let's just scoot around for a little bit and see what we find. Something popped out over here, shale. Let's ping this out here. Yeah, so voice attack is a Aphorite. Voice attack is a voice command system. It's incredibly powerful, and I've hooked mine up to give me some audio feedback on you know, different commands, which is not necessary. You don't need to do that, but you know, I enjoy it. And I just recorded those responses using Audacity, played with the tempo and the pitch a little bit. So I don't know, I'm assuming, I don't know, we'll ping like this and we'll scout and we'll see what's out there, because I don't know how Quantanium is spawning here on Daymar. If it's spawning in those dual clusters, you know, normally when you're on Lyria you can ping, and if you get 2 diamonds it's always Quantanium. I don't know why this rock hasn't popped yet. Quartz. Let's get back to 179. Amazing. Yeah, it's wonderful software, and you know, from a software perspective, it can do so much. It's ridiculous how good it is. And for the $20 it costs, you know, I use it quite a lot when I'm not using voice attack. Like if I'm in Discord with people, I don't normally use it, and then I forget how to control my ship and do stuff, and the number of times I've landed with no landing gear down, simply because I forget to put it down, because I'm just so used to telling Atreyu to put the landing gear down. I called my AI Atreyu, by the way. Lyria is the only moon where clusters are always quant. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe we'll stumble across some Quantanium, kind of like I did the other night when I was scouting for the guys from the garden. And if we don't find anything, we don't find anything. They must still wonderful to fly around. Okay, what's this about? What is this about? It is probably not Quantanium. I've never seen Quantanium in 3 rocks like this before. It is not. Whilst we fly to this one, let's ping this thing out here. Okay, some cluster of something, but that's not going to be Quantanium. Okay, so maybe then that's gems for sure. What is it? Saphirite. So when I was scouting for the guys on the weekend in my prospect, it was great fun flying around, finding the Hadonite. Again, you know, the big clusters of Hadonite were few and far between, but you know, we were jumping onto 2 and 3 rock nodes, breaking them up with the Prospector, and then just waiting for the rocks to come in. It was me scouting ahead for 3 rocks. We had 2 different ships. One ship had 2 rocks in it, the other one had 1 rock in it. The 1 rock ship would be picking up the smaller nodes. What is that? I just want to... it's popped too late. It's Saphirite for sure, 100%. No, it's hand mineable. It's Hadonite. Okay, so look, this is Hadonite, right? But it popped to under 400. Where's it gone? So there. It's under 400. It's hand minables guaranteed. It's not even registering for us yet. 0.09. That's hand minables right there. And it was working so well. So well. We, more hand minables. More hand minables. Adonite. Let's head out here. It was working so well. You can break up the Hadonite clusters with the Prospector if you're super careful. You know, I'm flying with dual sticks, so you know, I was just able to double tap my trigger, and it would put just enough energy in there. You know, I'd wait until it dropped to the bottom of the optimal charge window, and then double tap the trigger, and then it would fill it back up and slow down, fill it back up, and you know, I exploded a few rocks. It's pretty easy to do that. Okay, Apparite pops at anywhere between 11 and 1200, I've noticed. I doubt this is going to be a quant cluster here. But we'll fly over it on the way out to this other one out here. Gonna give me something, obsidian. They've changed the distributions. Daymite didn't used to have quant and Lyria didn't have Hadonite. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a new game. And finding the big clusters now on Magda is awesome. Hadonite. 0.84. So this is rock mineable, right? So these little rocks here, we can just I mean, obviously you could do this with a mouse as well, just tapping on the mouse. Oop. Then we let it cool. We tap it. And boof! Let's go. It's not what we're here for. If I can just find one nice rock here, I'll be happy. When I was scouting for those guys, flying over, you know, a 4.5 ton rock that was 44%, I was just like, no, you guys do your own scouting. Shale. What do I have the scan set to? That's a good question. Let's go to the right one. 45. 90 degrees. Let's widen it to 179. Shale. Shale. Let's... Well, there's no point dropping to... Well, I'm really not interested in using the scanner, because I have to take my hands off of my sticks, and I'm not massively keen to do that. And I don't have any voice commands set up to switch to the scanner, so we will ignore the scanner for this stage. Let's just fly around. Shale. Left or right, left or right, left or right. Let's go left. And we'll see what's out here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, you know, Quanta being a bit more active in terms of the economics, so that we can, you know, have a reason to be looking for things other than Quantanium. I think Quantanium will always be the most expensive, simply because it's used to make quantum fuel. You know, it'd be nice to see the pricing fluctuate a little bit based on, you know, the economy and player activity, and, you know, what Quanta is determining is, you know, happening in the verse. And if you're not familiar with what Quanta is the back end AI that CIG that exists now in the game, but is being improved and refined and added to constantly, that will eventually determine the economic situation in the game, so that as players are going about doing things, or as different sorts of events or activities are happening in the verse, Quanta is determining the value of various commodities and resources based on that activity. So for example, if you've been flying around lately and you've noticed the service beacons popping up, the service beacons are controlled by Quanta. And Quanta is determining how many of those service beacons it should be spawning based on what's called a probability volume. So when you're in a certain region of space, each region of space has its own probability volume for the different sorts of events that can happen in that space of space. And so Quanta is determining what it shows you as you're flying through those probability volumes. And eventually, the idea is that, you know, Quanta will control the, the economy, both NPC and player driven. This is a cluster of something. It's not going to be quartz. Let's fly out here. Whoa! Another cluster of something. Olivine. Aphorite. Obsidian. What have we got out here? So, who was just saying before, was it Randy, that you know, the clusters of Quantanium not popping here on that's Hadonite. Ooh. 6 rocks? What do you reckon? 5. It might not be possible then for us to use a 2-degree scan here to identify, you know, the double pings, the double diamonds that we'd normally be looking for when we scan at 2 degrees on Lyria. That's a cluster of something, because if Quant doesn't cluster on Daymar, then the double diamonds... Oh, 2 clusters of something. What are they? Out of interest, let's find out. This is what a mole is for, right? You know, big industrial mining of these ores here, which is why I'm excited for, you know, Quanta to play a more interactive role in determining the price of these commodities, because right now it doesn't. That, you know, these ores here, which no one ever, you know, mines, all of a sudden at different periods of time, you know, become a little bit more valuable. That's not what we're looking for. Maybe we won't find anything. I flew over in that session 3 Quantanium rocks. It wasn't a lot, but they were all good rocks. Obsidian. And obviously we're just flying at random here. You know, we could be crossing over the same ground. Running over the same old ground. And how we found no Quantanium here. We should pick a cardinal direction or just fly towards the sun, so we're not running over this same old ground that we potentially could be. On Lyria, every cluster is quant, but can be singles. Clusters anywhere else can be anything. That was the main reason people mine on Lyria. Yeah, I guess it's easy to identify, right? Okay, so we're running back over the same ground here. Let's find the sun. Should be back over our left shoulder. Here it is. Let's head this way. And we'll just fly around for a little bit and see what we can find. some sort of gems down there. Aphrite. What have you got for us? More gems. Left or right, left or right, left or right. Straight ahead, perfect. Some hadnite on the ground there. What have you got for us? What just popped out to the right there? Gems. Let's scoot out right, more hadonite. What have you got for us? So obviously, you know, this is, you know, an experiment, more hadonite. Alright, if we were rock mining, we'd be doing a good job as our scout right now, wouldn't we? This is very much just an experiment, a little bit of a chance to fly around Daymar, have a little bit of a, you know, view. See what's out here. Obviously, if you just wanted to do some Quantanium mining, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it. As Randir says, we go to Lyria or we go out to the Aran Halo Belt and do some mining out there. Not what we're looking for. What have you got for us? Maybe if we go upside down, it will give us some better luck. What have you got for us? No, that's a cluster. Let's go find out what this is. Microtech has good the wind. Oh, Microtech. I never go to Microtech. I'm never out that way. I've spent precious little time there, but every time I am there, it's just gorgeous. It's like flying underneath the roof of a cave or something like this. I love flying around ArcCorp upside down. With all these buildings just hanging from the roof. Right, what have you got for us? Obsidian. But it does. It looks so much like being in a cave right now, right? Shale. What is out here? One rock. That's all we're asking for, Daymar. That's all we're asking for. That's gems. Oh, it's not gems. It popped too early for gems. Okay, give me some details, please. Do you want me to kiss it? Almost. A little bit of shale, hey? Hydrogen fuel at 75%. That's cool. That means we got 75% left. Just heaps. Let's go find out what's happening over here. Whoa, that was a little close. Would have been a good opportunity to test our module theory. Well, it's not really a theory, I suppose. You on this side of the mountain or the other side of the mountain? The other side of the mountain. Obsidian. I must have a better look around Daymar for, you know, some event sites. More hadonite. Be nice to find a good place for a thunderbolt out here. Obsidian, left to right, left to right. Let's go left. Right, now we're just flying at random again. I'm not good. I'm not good at sticking to a path. You know, the whole objective was to fly towards the sun so we can stop running over the same old ground. But sometimes it's just nice to fly around, right? I have no other purpose than just to fly around. And if we come across something, we come across something. What is all that stuff popping out left? The massive field of something out there. Look at all of that. That's what you want to put a mole on. Alright, let's alright, these guys are a little bit far away. We should have gone left. We should have gone left. Just floating around. Just floating around, you know. Ah, wait a minute. You almost forgot. You know what's going to turn our fortunes in this game? A Tim Tam Slam. So if you don't know what a Tim Tam Slam is, in Australia we have these wonderful chocolate biscuits called Tim Tams from Arnott's. Basically a biscuit, 2 biscuits covered in chocolate. And if we bite off the diagonally opposite corners, it exposes the biscuit layers. And there's a layer of chocolate in there. So there's 2 biscuits with chocolate in the middle, coated in chocolate. And now, with my coffee, which has gone slightly cold because I forgot I made it, we can suck our coffee through this biscuit. Uh-oh. Kind of like a straw. And it makes the biscuit melt and the chocolate melt. And this is all gooey now. It is the best thing in the world. Oh, God. I guess it's kind of like a mocha, right? A little mocha biscuit. Excuse me. Wow. It is... I don't know how to explain the experience. Alright. Let's go left. Alright. So maybe, you know, it was just happenstance that I came across those rocks. It's always the way, right? When you're doing something else, you know, an opportunity will pop up and you're like, well... I'm in the middle of doing this, right? Do I want to stop doing what I'm doing to take advantage of this situation? And sadly, the other night, because I was scouting for, you know, a team of rock miners behind me, I wasn't able to say, hey, guys, give me 20 minutes to mine this and go drop it off. Well, maybe I could have, actually. They could do their own scouting. And then I'd be back in 20 minutes and continue on. $250,000 richer. It was a group event, a group activity. So we were splitting the profits, although I haven't been paid yet. I don't need to be paid. I think that's clearly evident. We're just flying around Daymar here, just randomly checking out rocks. Hoping for some sort of... I don't know, hoping for something to pop up in front of us. If I really was too concerned about actually making bank, we'd be back at Lyria. Or out in the belt. What are these big clusters of obsidian, hey? What's over here? It is a bit of a shame that we can't fly cinematically. Because if we're just going to be napping around like this, flying cinematically is, you know, such an enjoyable experience. And, you know, imagine when there's things running around down here and there's tiny little settlements and nomads' houses and You know, all of that stuff is possible now. You know, with the planetary nav mesh, you know, we can have things walking around on the surface. Gems? Apparite? No, Hadonite. Hadonite popped at 1200. There must be a few there. You know, just be flying over here and just seeing a pack of stuff, you know, running along and... You know, surely there's going to be creatures capable of surviving on these moons. Trin says, I know the feeling. I find myself flying around the moons. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. It's just a lovely feeling. And obviously when there's more things to fly around and see and, you know, stumble across and... all of which is coming and has required some of this core tech. The planetary nav mesh specifically being, you know, one of them. That allows NPCs to walk around on the surface. Which is what we're seeing obviously at Ghost Hollow and the other wreck locations that have been added in 3.17.2. None of that was possible before because the NPCs couldn't walk on the ground. Which is why they were only seen inside buildings and stuff. And you know, I don't know if you've been to, you know, the outside areas of Lorville. What's it called? Providence. That's over at Quagglebakla. One of the train lines over at Lorville takes you outside. It takes you to, you know, the outside of the station. And there's some shanty towns there and stuff like that. So eventually we'll be able to get NPCs out there. People we can go talk to, mission givers, you know, just, you know, things we can see and interact with. But right now they can't be there because it's outside of the station. Now let's check out what this was. Ooh. Shale. We ain't found shit. I feel like right now that guy from Spaceballs, right? Who's apparently, I don't know his name, but apparently he's been like in 50 movies. And won awards and stuff, but he's always known as the Spaceball guy, right? We ain't found shit. Just want one rock, Damer. That's all we want. One rock. It better be something good. No, the first rock is shit. Second rock has potential, but not very good potential. I've been mainly trading this patch, but I like having enough AUEC to not have to do anything. Yeah. Look, outside of some of the more, you know, casual ships, I don't need to buy any more ships. I was lucky enough to spend a good chunk of my funny money before they took the rest of it away. So I've got a healthy number of ships. Got a healthy number of pledged ships. And so for me right now, so I'm glad we found 2 Quant Rocks here on Daymar, but neither of them are any good. So I will skip them. For me right now, the only reason to be chasing a UEC is so that I've got money to put towards the events. You know, like I was saying earlier in the stream, you know, I had to buy 2 Pisces earlier on so I had some permanent storage at Bezdek, some permanent public storage at Bezdek over on Ariel, where I run the Thunderbolt. And if you're interested in checking out the Thunderbolt or getting involved in the next Team Deathmatch event, it'll probably be not this Saturday, but next Saturday. I've got to post some details up on the Discord. You'll find a link to that in the description below. Come and join us over on Discord. It's our small little community here at Crouch After Duck. And I've started organising an event called the Thunderbolt. which I run over at near Bezdek, over on Ariel. Super hostile environment. Found a good crater. And we basically, you know, set up my carrack there. Everyone sets their spawn point there. And I've got a bunch of 2 SCU boxes and a whole bunch of storage with armor and weapons and all that sort of stuff for people. So it's a little bit prescribed. Certain armor, either... What are the colors of the armor now? They're not red and blue anymore. They are orange? Orange? No, yellow and blue. They're yellow and blue now. And it's all light armor now. And the 5 main weapons that you find in any of the bunkers, or the 4 main weapons that you find in the bunkers. The P4, the BR2, the C55. What's the other one I'm missing? C55, the P4, the B2, BR2, shotgun, and the, what's it called? The Custodian. And then everyone can choose one of those and a pistol, the P48, I think it is. And they get a certain amount of ammunition, they get a certain amount of med pens, and then we throw into the bowl, you know, a whole bunch of containers that you can buy at the, you know, cargo places. You can buy the little, you know, quarter or 1/8 SCU boxes at most of the cargo places and various refineries and whatnot. And they've got more ammo and more med pens, and basically, you know, we go round for round, and people, when they get killed, respawn at the carrack and they're out of the match. Once the match is over, you know, they can re-equip and rearm and go in for the next round. And so that's really the only reason I've got for grinding AUEC at the moment, is to start running more events and more activities and, you know, get more group play happening. And I've got all the ships I need. Outside of the, you know, grinding for a, you know, an 890 jump and stuff like that, which I have very little interest in. I know that Michael over at Starstreams has, you know, his murder mystery nights on his 890 jump. So he's grinding at the moment for 890 so he can start doing the murder mystery nights again. So where's the sun? It's over our right shoulder, or it's almost behind us. Over our right shoulder. You watched the setup for the Thunderbolt, did you? Yeah, so I'm trying to refine it a little bit. So I bought 2 Pisces. 2 more Pisces. Because that way in each of those Pisces I can fit 2 of the large 2 SCU boxes. Apparently I did some math. Well, not apparently. I did some math. And if we fill a C2 with 12 million credits worth of Novikov armor and explode it, we will get 391 2 SCU boxes. I'm pretty sure that's a server crasher right there. It'd be a fun experiment. But that'd be an expensive experiment. That'd be cool, you know, make that many boxes. They're all persistent. Sell them for 150k each. Yes, it's easy to make boxes, but, you know, it's a bit of napping about. That there'd be a market. Like there is in the drug running market, right? The gun running market right now, right? You can find all the guns in the game, but for some people, it's like, I'd just rather spend 100k for a railgun, you know? Can't be bothered trying to find them. So I'll pay. And there'll be people out there who'll pay for the large 2 SCU boxes. Gems. Adonite. Apparite. Gotta get better with the scanning, Viv. Thought I had it down, you know, we did so much the other night. They had the lockdown in the PTU. I'll make money there. What do you mean by the lockdown? Trid says it was a good time. Yeah, thanks Trid for joining us. It was amazing. I wasn't 100% sure, but I did make it a point not to revive anyone until after the fight is over. It may be interesting to see what people will prioritize. Healing themselves or reviving their teammates. Those are some expensive boxes.
Look, it's one of those things where you know you can make those boxes yourself. Chuck a backpack into a ship and explode it, and you'll get a 1 SCU box. It's pretty easy. If you want a 2 SCU box, you know, fill your ship with enough cargo that requires a 2 SCU box to store all that inventory, and then it will spawn a 2 SCU box. Explode a Pisces with 6 Novikov armors in it and 4 Novikov backpacks, and you'll get 2 SCU boxes and one SCU box, because that's what's required to store that inventory. So in theory, if you explode a C2 with $12 million worth of Novikov armor in it, or 12 million credits, it should spawn 391 2 SCU boxes. So you can, you know, it's easy to make them yourself, right? So maybe 150 grand is expensive. Maybe 50 grand a box, 100 grand a box. Alright, we've naffed about here on Daymar for long enough. We found some Quantanium. We found a cluster of 2 rocks. It was no good. Where's the sun? It's just off our left wing. Maybe I'll have to head up to Daymar at some stage. Not Daymar, this is where we are. Up to Microtech, like around here says, you can find Quant up there as well. There was a very interesting image that somebody shared over at on the Garden Discord, the Garden being Space Tomatoes org, in the industry section there, before we were heading out for our mining expedition. They had a breakdown of you know, where different resources and materials were, their, you know, the likelihood of them spawning, their percentages, their distribution ratio, and all that sort of stuff. Which will be very difficult to do in the future, given you know, that Quanta will control a bunch of that sort of stuff. In theory, Hadonite. I think Starstreams is streaming now also. I noticed he was live when I started my stream, so maybe he's finished up by now, but maybe I can jump over there and go scout some of these Hadonite for him. Maybe we'll bump into... Oh no, I'm on an Aussie server. How amazing would that be? It was so scary the other night, or the other week, when he just suddenly appeared in front of me in a Valkyrie, flying overhead, and just dropped down in front of me, and I freaked out for a second. And then I saw the name on the ship, and I was like, what the hell is he doing here? How the hell did he find me? You know, I was like I am now, floating around in the middle of nowhere. I guess there must have been something on the map that he saw and was like, oh, he's going to be close to this place. And what are you, my good man? Shale. I did notice that the Quantanium that I found the other night was primarily in the mountains. And most of my time here has been spent floating around. Also, the C2 has shared storage with the 4 storage boxes on the top level. Ah, the C2 has shared storage in boxes, does it? It's interesting. Look at the number of rocks that have spawned out there. This is what the moles want to be chasing, this sort of stuff. And just gobble up whatever is here and, you know, take it back to the refinery. That's what I'd use a mole for. Just, you know, dropping down, because you find these clusters all the time. And just making run after run after run of different sorts of minerals. Actually, let's not chase those ones. Let's head back towards the sun. A pilot, 4 laser operators. Just gobble up that field, go drop it off, come back, find another field, gobble it up. Alright, let's get up into these mountains a little bit and see what's out here. Obsidian. obsidian. You ain't gonna find nothing. Ninetails. Ah, Ninetails lockdown. Running med supplies to crew L1. Yeah, yeah. Is that happening in the PTU right now, is it? It's good fun. I enjoyed that event. Looking forward to there being more. It'd be good to have, you know, just a rolling schedule of, you know, a dozen different types of dynamic events. That'd be amazing. What have you got for us? What are you? Up here on the top of the mountain. Obsidian. And it says, I'm just laying down watching your stream. Excuse me for being too quiet. No! You don't need to apologize for anything. I'm just grateful that there's people here. Hydrogen fuel 50%. Popping some chat comments in there and... Otherwise, I would be talking to myself and I do a lot of that already. I guess it wouldn't be much different, right? And I guess none of what we're really doing at the moment is terribly exciting. Alright. What have you got out here? What have you got for us? Oh, you got some gems in there. Alright, fair enough. What have you got out here? If we clip a mountain, it'd be a good chance to test our, you know, modules theory. Randir says he loses the modules when his ship is destroyed. I haven't noticed that, but then again, I don't really pay a lot of attention to what I'm doing. So maybe after I crash my ship or it's respawned or something and I just don't notice I don't have any modules on it and I just go mining. I'm not here to min-max, man. I'm just here to have fun, man. No point getting too stressed about all of that sort of stuff. It changes every patch. You know, what we're playing right now is not the Star Citizen we'll be playing when this game is released. This is like a 3-month-old baby compared to an 18-year-old. Two completely different beings. So there's no point getting too attached to whatever you're doing. Or trying to figure out the meta too much. Unless you really want to sink yourself into each patch, then, you know, go for it, but... Getting attached just leads to disappointment. You know, this is not a life lesson, right? From a game development perspective, especially something like Star Citizen that's in development. Getting too attached to things, you know, you could lose it any day. What's over here? Alright, we're a little bit behind in the chat. I had that from 315, but it's changed. He quit a while ago. They say Quant is mostly at the foot of the mountains. Okay. Info Runners had a show with a couple of geologists, and CIG is pretty in depth with the science. Yeah, for sure. Okay, foot of the mountains. Okay, we can check that out. Also, it's 6 boxes, not 4. There are 4 in the middle section, and then 2 more on the other side of the walkway. They are labelled as storage. Never regret doing the Xenothreat stuff. It's time to learn ship combat. I never did Xenothreat, unfortunately. Before my time. Are you over the mountain? At the foot of the mountain. Shale. More shale. Please, sir. Can I have some more? More? 10 points. Where's it from? There are 2 rocks here or 3? There's 3. No con the bin no Quantanium. Alright. I don't have YouTube open at the moment, so I have no idea how long we've been streaming for. What's the time? It's 1 o'clock. So we're 4 hours. This is where we'd normally call it quits, but I think I want... I was going to say, I want 1 more load of Quantanium. This is a rubbish rock. Maybe I'll scoot back to... maybe we'll go out to the belt, given we're this close. Although I don't know the belt from here. Just love listening to this music and flying around. I wish we could fly cinematically. Zoom in. Zoom out. Whoa! Bad time to be zooming. What is this at the foot of a mountain? What are you? Had a night. Foot of a mountain? Nope. Gems. More Hadanite. I think there is a way to fly with cinematic on. I think we flew over this little solitary rock here before. In the Prospector, it doesn't really work very well. Well, my cinematic mode. Whoa. Ship suddenly tipped right. That was crazy. Alright. Not quite a sunset, is it? Otherwise we could fly off into the sunset. Alright, as beautiful as Daymar is, I might head back to Arco 1. I use dual sticks, so I have 2 Thrustmaster 16,000s. Which, whether you want to believe it or not, I accidentally bought on Amazon. I was looking to get some VKBs, or, you know, if you really wanted to lash out, you know, I'd love to get some Verpal sticks. But, you know, I was looking around on Amazon, and I saw that these sticks that I've got right now, the Thrustmaster T16Ks, were on special, and I thought, yes, no, maybe I'll sell some stuff at work and, you know, stuff that I don't need there, you know, equipment or whatever, and I'll get the VKBs. Excuse me. Because the Verpals, as nice as they are, they're just super expensive. And if you're a sim enthusiast, I'd recommend Verpals. But if you're a casual player, like I am, then, you know, these Thrustmasters are okay. They got mixed reviews. But I added them to my cart, and then after that I was like, nah, I won't get them, I won't get them, I won't get them. So I didn't check out, right? And then a couple of weeks later, I was buying some more RAM for my daughter's computer. And, you know, just went ahead, blindly checked out, add to cart, check out, wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. And got a message from Amazon saying, you know, your memory's being delivered tomorrow. And I was like, great. And then a couple of days later, I got another message saying, you know, your Thrustmasters have been delivered on Friday. And I was like, I didn't buy any Thrustmasters. I remember looking at them. I was like, maybe someone's trying to fish me, you know, or maybe someone's trying to scam me or something. And so I logged into my Amazon account, and fair enough. When I bought Charlotte's memory, I also bought these Thrustmasters. So then I laser cut at work, you know, some, you know, extra components and stuff for my desk here at home, and created a different sort of layout, and, you know, bolted them down to my desk, and they're great fun, man. I love them. I absolutely love them. It took a little while to get used to them. I've had them now for maybe 2 months. I don't know if I could fly with keyboard and mouse again. Sometimes I do, but you know, my mouse does weird things. It just starts off. See, I don't have control over it. I can't get it close to the center to properly control the ship. It just, oh, actually, having said that, I've got a little bit of control here. It just starts off super quick. I can't really keep it stable or steady. That's probably... It's probably got something to do with my settings. Okay, so those 2 rocks we found before were rubbish. There's a second rock here, I swear. No, this rock's also rubbish. So there's Quant here, but, you know, we're just not finding those rocks like I was found on the weekend. It's a no-go. Bit of hadonite. This is a movie scene action song, isn't it? Have you tested if you lose your modules yet? Nope, let's test it. Retract the mining head.
Very good, sir. I've instructed the ship's systems to retract the mining head.
Are you kidding me? A death spiral. There's a death spiral. All we can do is slow. Oh. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. There's not a scratch on it. There's not a scratch on it. Back in the cockpit. All right. Well, let's try round 2, right? Let's pitch up. Let's go 60 degrees, cruise control. I have both of mine for almost 5 years and they're still going strong. I should probably put some fresh silicone grease on the joints now that I think of it. Do you have the Thrustmasters, or are you like next level with the Verpals and stuff? Yep. Take 2. Let's get a little bit more altitude. That mountain looks good to me. See you in hell, mountain. Cruise. Let's set it up. Let's set it up. Are we gonna watch from the floor? Really? Bye, Spaceman! Oh, you have the T16,000s? Yeah, amazing. Oh, well, that's good to know that yours is still going strong. Some people say that they have problems with the twist axis on them. All right, so we're going to respawn back at Microtech, back at Area 18. This makes the trip back there nice and quick. I did lose that subscriber undersuit I had on, but, you know, whatever. We'll find another one in another box at some stage, won't we? Welcome back. Thank you. All right, let's go. And find out what happened to our ship. You know, the worst comes to worst, you know, we lost 100 grams worth of modules. Meh. Mac Attack has joined us in the chat. Don't do it. Clip that. How is everyone? I am well, Mac. I hope you are well. I think it was you and Star who were streaming and some others, the Scum the other night. It was super, super late for me, like 4 a.m. or something, or 3 a.m. or something. And I tuned in for a little bit of it. I love a good zombie game, but I'm really... Oh no, come back! Come back! No, I'm in a medical gown! I'm really looking for a good... You know, a good zombie game. The suspense is killing me. I want to find out what happens too, because I've always... I don't know. I don't trust myself. I really don't trust myself. I'm really looking for a good zombie game, but I'm looking for primarily a good PvE experience, because every zombie game that I've played just turns into a shoot first. You know, see someone else kill them. And that's a fucking shit way to play a game. You know, I don't enjoy that at all. The reason I don't play DayZ anymore, because you just can't form any sort of, you know, collaborative gameplay. There's no meaningful connection to anyone. There's no group play. Unless, you know, you randomly come across someone who doesn't shoot first, which is like 2% of the time. Then, you know, you can have some fun. But otherwise, it's just a shit experience. Especially in those games where you lose everything when you die. You know, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that. So I'm still on the hunt for a good multiplayer PvE experience. I don't mind elements of PvP, but when it just turns into just shoot whoever you see, or that's the reason for surviving, so you can kill other people. Zero interest. Come on, we need to get there. We've got to wait for our respawn too. We'll expedite that, and then we've got a couple of minutes to figure out what happened to our Prospector. Oh, you did not stream, but joined Star and Ash. Oh, it was Ash. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I had both Ash and Star up as well. I don't know if they were both in the same Discord, or if, you know.
Now arriving.
they had their Discords muted. I could hear the Discord on Star's stream, but I couldn't hear it on Ash's stream. I did notice though, actually, now that I say that, I did notice on Star's stream that Ash was up there on his Discord overlay. So maybe he just didn't have Discord outputted the audio from it. So yeah, I only got to... Let's just close this. Come on, people. It's not hard.
Selected. Stand by. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
I only managed to catch
system to the following location.
15 or 20 minutes of it before I was falling asleep in my chair.
Goodbye.
Prospector. Destroyed on Daymar. Let's claim it. Let's find out what happened. 9 minutes. It's
Your
unacceptable.
insurance
Let's
claim
pay
has
this.
been sent.
3 minutes. All right. In the meantime, let's go get a coffee.
It takes all of us working together to keep our corps safe.
This music is epic.
And report possible threats.
Let me just wrap this up and I'll be right with you.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're wrapping up. Doesn't look like you've wrapped anything up. I like how she's finger tapping on the table. Come on, serve me a coffee, lady. Come on, come on. The machine's just there. Give it to me. Nope. It's a coffee lady not working anymore. It's a coffee vendor. It's not always a lady. Sometimes there's a dude here.
Your luggage at all times.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll be with you momentarily.
No, you won't. You're being stupid. Give me the coffee. It's a push button. It's not even a proper espresso machine. Stuff ya. Stop.
Want your company to be in good company? Our corp's unique vertical.
Too many single player games like, yeah.
Offer amenities such as resource sharing and logistical planning for our rental partners.
I played a lot of good, and there are, you know,
Can invest in making our
love a good zombie hack and slash single player, but you know, really want to have that nice collaborative multiplayer experience versus the environment. Maybe something, you know, maybe something that's clan based or community based, where when you spawn into a game, you spawn into, you know, you join a team, right? You know, do you want to spawn into this community or this community or this community? And then you know that, you know, you've got those people with you and around you is, you know, your environment. But then, you know, I don't know. I think PvP is an important part of any sort of game. But, you know, in that sort of survival experience, I don't want it to be the main focus. You know, I really want the environment and the zombies to be, you know, the real threat. Not, you know, oh fuck, there's another player over there. You know, do I have to worry about him? I'm not one of those players that, oh, there's another player over there, whack! You know, I'm not that sort of player.
Thank you for
So I don't know.
visiting our corp, Stanton's capital of commerce. Whatever your transaction,
It's hard to get that without making a
wish you
private server.
beneficial
Yeah.
and prosperous day.
You know, we used to play with an old gaming group that I used to play with. We had our own private server for a little while, but, you know, it lost that spice. And so, like I said, you still need that PvP experience. But the game needs to facilitate that in a way where it's not the primary focus or the, you know, it's, or you know, I don't know.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
It's important to
system.
have that, but it needs to be secondary to, you know, the main purpose of the game, and that's surviving against the environment. Prospector, it is here!
Vehicle selected.
Nope, we don't need to
Stand
retrieve
by.
this. Put it back in the storage.
Hello.
We don't need to retrieve this.
Your vehicle has
Thank
been
you.
delivered to
Hangar
the
10.
following
That's a big
location.
hangar for a prospector.
Welcome
Really?
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
We hope you have safe travels wherever your final destination.
Prospector. Let's store it. Here we go. That's what I like about ESO. What is ESO?
Please visit
PvE unless you were in a PvP zone. Oh, Elder Scrolls Online. Right. Man, I haven't played that for years.
That while in
Right,
the
let's have a look.
Stanton system and on our corp, all UEE common
That reminds me, you know, your comment, Randia, of when I used to play Neverwinter Nights back in the early 2000s. Man, I played so much that game. But one of the servers that I used to play on, it was a community server. It was like that. You know, there were certain zones that you'd go to and it would tell you, you know, there'd be signs saying, you know, this is a hostile area, you know, you will be ganked here. Be careful. You know, only come here with a group. And it was amazing because there was mines and stuff in those areas that you had to go to mine. Misc Prospector. What do we got? Systems, utility. We don't have any modules! We don't have any modules! Listen to Randir. He knows what he's talking about. Crouch doesn't know anything. I've probably just never noticed before and gone, I've got my modules. Amazing. So there we go. You do lose your modules. Passive. If your ship is destroyed. I still have my mining head, but I've lost the modules. So bit. Do I have any modules here? I doubt it. Vehicles. We get a buttload of missiles for some weird reason. A bunch of ship components, a whole bunch of weapons. Some paint. Ooh. Huh? I've got another tub of paint I can put on another Pisces. I'll leave my 2 storage Pisces just as the default white. Well, there we go, Abel. Good to know. Yep. I'm well versed in re-equipping Pisces. Prospector, says Randir. Amazing. Amazing. It's 1:30. 4.5 hours. Where are we? There's the old tube gone. Thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. We got 15 likes this session. Amazing. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in. It's been an absolutely wonderful night. We started off with a bunch of Quantanium, which was amazing. And then a bit of napping about there at the end. And resulting in a final test. But I think I might call it there for tonight. I think Wednesday, we're back, 11 a.m. Wednesday. So I might do a little bit more prep work for the Thunderbolt. If you're interested in checking out more details about the Thunderbolt, jump onto the Discord and link in the description below. Abel joined us in Discord. I'll see you in the verse also, my friend. Thank you for tuning in once again. My name is Viv. You've been watching Crouch After Dark. I stream 3 days a week here on YouTube, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. I will see you next time, Wednesdays. Otherwise, I'll catch up with you in Discord. Next Thunderbolt will probably be not this Saturday, but next Saturday. Anyway, we'll discuss all of that in Discord. Until then, I will see you in the verse. Have a great week.